In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's Thursday, one evening show this week. We've got this YouTube show, and then it's Rumble Friday tomorrow. What an easy week. What a slacker. What a bad worker I am. What a terrible employee. Welcome to the show. I hope we can keep yesterday's rhythm going. I hope we can keep yesterday's momentum going. That was awesome. Thank you for how generous you all were. Thank you for how kind you all were. I'm getting so many messages of support. So many people being remarkably cool. So many people just, just sending it, like, so many people want to be like on my staff. It's amazing. You send this, send this, send this. I'm not going to tell people not to send me things that they're, because a lot of people are like, look what this person said. Look what this person said. Send this in. Send this in. And while, not everything people send me is stuff I can send in or is valid or whatever, I can tell you we both appreciate it. It's really gotten the ball rolling on a lot of shit. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for scouring the internet for these things. And it just, people have been so nice, man. People know what this is. That's the thing that I keep just being so, I don't know what the word is, relieved, encouraged, excited by, is that so many people just know exactly what this is. And I appreciate it. And we're not going to talk about it. If you, again, I will make this disclaimer. If you send us money and it's commentary on anything like that, I appreciate your contributions to the show. Thank you for financially supporting this program. I will not read them. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. I can read them. I choose not to. I'm sorry if that's a problem in advance. I do want to keep the motif of the last couple shows we've done going. It's been a lot of fun. It's been very steel-toey. We got to play the Jerry Burns press conference yesterday. It came up again because of the Mike Zimmer stuff. A lot of players still responding to Mike Zimmer and just shitting all over him. I think it's great. Football starts tonight. I'm so excited for that. I've got boxing tonight, so there's going to be boxing. And then there's going to be football, and in between that, probably lots of Bannerlord and Better Call Saul. It's good. An exciting day. Yesterday after the show, I, hung around for a little bit, went and got the kids from school. We went to Grandma and Grandpa's. They hit the pool. We had dinner. I came back here. I did a little bit later evening show. You guys were great for that. It was, all in all, just a back to normal kind of a day. SP and I hung out after the show. She's got me watching Always Sunny in Philadelphia from the beginning. And I have to say, when it comes to Always Sunny, it's you might hate this take because a lot of people are very passionate about Always Sunny. I will say about the show, now that I'm like 2 seasons in, I will say about the show what I've always said about it. Solid. Good, fun stories. It's a more adult take on the sitcom, but it's still very sitcom-y. It's funny. It doesn't blow me away. Like, it doesn't reach into my top 5. It probably doesn't reach into my top 10, but it's enjoyable. I like it. I enjoy it. I'm also rewatching Better Call Saul at the moment, and I'll watch Breaking Bad again right after, but I might be a Better Call Saul guy. Breaking Bad is one of the best shows ever made. Don't get me wrong. I might be a Better Call Saul guy. It fleshes out Gus more. The Lalo character is awesome. Nacho, obviously. It fleshes Mike out, Saul, all these people. I think the difference is when Breaking Bad is over, it's over. Like, you watch it and you're like, okay, this is done. When you watch Better Call Saul, when that ended, the ending of Better Call Saul, I was like, I still want to know what happens to this person. I still want to know what happens to this person. Like, I don't believe Saul's done. I believe he could get out. I know they gave him a shitload of life sentences and stuff like that, and he, whatever. But Kim, I think there's more stories to tell there. It's interesting. Who takes over the meth empire that Gus and Heisenberg left behind? I like it. And maybe it's because I'm watching it again now. I feel like I might like it better than Breaking Bad. It's a discussion worth having. Well, never mind. It's not a discussion worth having. DB Spull says, Aaron, you're insane. All right. Fuck. I apologize. I'm insane. Ananalas says, we will need to crowdfund to send Aaron this book, Prison Ramen, Recipes and Stories from Behind Bars. That's another thing. You guys have been very funny as well. MSO says, better call Rob Saul. I don't know. What would you call? Let's make a list. And I know most of you don't know who Rob Saul is. It's a Dabbleverse thing. But what would you call? Like, we know that Better Call Saul Goodman is in reference to needing a lawyer. All right? What would you call Rob Saul for? Let's come up with a list. If it's Better Call Rob Saul, what is it you might need? I don't have anything because I only know Rob Saul's name. Honestly, that's what I know about him. So if you can come up with a list, it would be encouraging. Citizen M says, Better Call Saul is fucking golden. Love Lalo. He is one of the best. I mean, one thing that Vince Gilligan can do, he can write a fucking villain. I mean, you look at like Tuco's insane. Gus is very calculating and calm. Lalo's very charismatic and polite and nice and fucking evil brooding underneath it. Hector's an old cunt. And Walt is a complete narcissist. The guy can write a fucking villain. I don't know. Let's think about it. Can Vince Gilligan write a hero, or is everyone he writes fucking tragic? Mike's tragic. Gus is evil. Lalo's evil. Walter's evil. Jesse's a bag of shit. I don't think Vince Gilligan knows how to write a hero. Or at the very least, he's not interested in one. Vince Gilligan writes a TV show like 90s pro wrestling. Everyone's just kind of shades of gray. Dive Bar with $20 says, hi, Melton Snipe watchers. Yeah, I mean, everyone's welcome here on Steel Toe, especially people who can't make a living without me. Welcome to the program. Nice to have you. 185 is the number today, by the way. Yesterday, you guys knocked out a morning, an evening, and about half of the next morning. So this is the last goal of the week. We've got Rumble Friday tomorrow. I'm excited. 185 is the number today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. You guys have been very generous on that, on the money front too. Obviously, we missed a lot of shows. having to be away. So you guys have made up for that. I really appreciate it. If you want to keep going, obviously this is a setback for us, but it's not the setback, I guess you could say. You guys, if you want to help us catch up, we appreciate it. JB Gunner TV with $2 says, good morning, Toe. Good shows yesterday. I was so happy with both the shows. I couldn't have been happier with the morning. I was very happy that the Melton-type fans, they were not happy with yesterday morning's show. There was a lot of seething by the end of the day. There was a lot of, why are you smiling? Why are you? I've said this before, I'll say it again. Me being silent causes these other personalities to have total breakdowns. I think we've been seeing. And also, my smile causes people pain. I'm sorry. I've always been this guy. Thank you, JB Gunner. And as the other thing is with JB Gunner TV, he was very happy to that we were talking about was it Dahlonega, Georgia yesterday? He was very happy about that. And although Georgia not getting a lot of great news yesterday, we'll talk about that. It's, hey, school's back, everybody. It's the United States of America. School is back in session, and one day into the school year, we have a school shooting. A school shooting to start the year. Fuck. Dive Bar says, I guess he didn't get that Melton is restraining. Hey, Dive Bar, he always is. Like that's just a constant. Sorry, Dive Bar. You're not exactly breaking news there. Were you trying to do a shitting on us thing? You do know we find that hilarious. I'm just trying to get you caught up to where we're at. You do know that it's a desperation move from someone who couldn't get more than 30 viewers before I came around. You understand that I'm the internet daddy of those people. I'm sorry. I apologize. Now this is embarrassing because I thought you just kind of knew and you don't, and then you thought you were doing a thing. If that's what you were doing, I'm so sorry for not. Dive Bar, I'm sorry. If you were trying to do hey, Melton Snipe Stream watchers, you guys are fucking cringe and terrible. I thought that was funny. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was actually a really good Rumble rant. If you were doing it as that's really cool type of thing, sorry. I apologize. Let's go to Citizen M. He says, we love the toe. Thank you, Citizen M. Thank you. Honky says, Dahlonega, they're called Dalo person of color. Do you know how far you have to go to get to the joke you just did? Packerbacker says, school got a call the morning of the shooting saying there would be a shooting, ignored it. FBI was aware of the shooter. Yeah, we're gonna go into that a little bit later today. It really is every stereotype of the school shooting plays out in this Georgia one. It's the same fucking thing every single time. You can set your watch to it. It's amazing. Just this utter repeat loop. I mean, if you're a conspiracy theorist who thinks these are inside job, false flag kind of thing, I almost can't blame you at this point because it just seems to be the same thing every time. Almost, similar to the Trump assassination attempt where it was they knew about the guy, familiar with the guy, lots of red flags, did absolutely nothing. And it's easier to believe that somebody just let that happen versus, they're that incompetent. Because you've seen them do their jobs. You've seen them be able to crack down on people if they, write something fucked up on Facebook. You've seen them crack down on people if they join some kind of a message board. You've seen them basically start white supremacist organizations just so they can catch people and set them up and arrest them. You've seen the FBI go out of their way to fuck with people. And then when they have people who are legit threats and should be fucked with, the FBI does nothing and they shoot up a school. And then immediately after, the government ignores that person and they shoot up a school. The government immediately gets to work on trying to take people's guns away. I can't blame anyone for being a conspiracy theorist when it comes to that sort of shit. I mean, it's too often. It's too many times. Citizen M, I don't know why we're talking about Taylor Swift. JB Gunner says FBI knew about the kid for a year. They allowed this shit. Call me a conspiracy theorist if you want. Maybe. I mean, I can't call you a conspiracy theorist. It happens too often. Vic Q says, but how often do they get threats like that? Is it just boy who cried wolf? I understand that. I understand that. I get that there's probably a lot of that, but it does seem like something that they fumbled and fucked up before that you might want to take a little extra time to check in. I mean, perhaps. Honky says they're all fake. Honky says they're all fake like Sandy Hook. Now, you understand that the government has financially broken people for the Sandy Hook take. Sandy Hook parents showed up in the Boston Marathon bombing, and David Hogg was on the news at a shooting twice in California and Florida. I don't like going with shit like that unless I know for sure. Well, Bigot on socialist media says they're all fake. All of it's fake. Is Aaron lining up the logo behind him to appear more like a halo now? I've always done this. I've always tried to keep my head in between the lettering. It's difficult. I bounce around a little bit, but I've always tried to keep it there. JB Gunner TV says, look how hard they went at Alex Jones for just questioning Sandy Hook. The thing about Alex Jones is he went a little harder on Sandy Hook than just that. Alex Jones didn't just go, I think Sandy Hook is a false flag. You're allowed to say that. He went after the parents. He called the parents crisis actors. Alex Jones fucked up in Sandy Hook big time. He said shit that was actionable. The other thing is he said things he couldn't prove when confronted. And then he totally blew off the civil case. He totally blew off court. He was, belligerent to everybody involved. It didn't help him. Alex Jones, opened the lion's jaws and stuck his head in. And then went, it bit me. It's almost like Alex was working with the government to destroy himself on some of that stuff. Yeah, so I don't know. The Alex Jones thing was, it's kind of like one of those deals where Alex did everything to make that happen, but once it happened, the government took it way too far, and they were clearly just trying to destroy a guy. Oh God, now people are all over in the chat throwing guys, I really don't want to get into Sandy Hook today. I had the Georgia stuff planned for much later on in the show, and we'll just do it now. But I got people just flooding me now with Sandy Hook stuff. Let me be very clear. I don't know shit about Sandy Hook. I don't. I have no clue. Citizen M says people harass the parents of grieving children for years. Alex is an alpha-brained Ozempic midget. Aren't you skinny if you're on Ozempic? I don't know if Ozempic was. You might have just thrown in too many supplements and drugs on that one. But yeah, people did harass those parents for years. A lot of bad shit happened to them. Like I said, Alex did everything he could to set that up. But once the government had it, they used it to settle a score. They used it to try to destroy Alex Jones. And I don't know if they've been, really made life difficult for him, but he's still going, isn't he? Alex is still out there doing shit. Alex didn't instruct his people to do anything. Says JB Gunner, you can't blame a podcaster for the actions of their idiot followers. I agree with that. I agree with that part. But Alex did say some actionable stuff. Honky says, what's the Tucker Carlson uproar with some Holocaust denier he interviewed? Now, this always bugs the shit out of me, and we can look it up. Did Tucker Carlson interview a guy who happens to believe the Holocaust wasn't real? Or did Tucker Carlson interview a guy about the Holocaust not happening? Because there's a big difference. I hate it when somebody gets interviewed and then people go, oh, we also found out that this guy's asked questions about the Holocaust before. Tucker Carlson's a piece of shit. And you go, well, is that what Tucker Carlson talked to him about? And they're like, well, no, actually, he's a theoretical physicist, and they were talking about that. Okay, so Tucker wasn't talking to him about the Holocaust. All right, then this has nothing to do with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson Holocaust. Be interesting to see what comes up. September 4th. Oh, God. Boy, this guy's all over it right away. Jewish billionaire Mark Cuban, and then puts Chebaniski in parentheses, of course, barks order at Elon Musk to delete his account after Elon, quote, tweeted Tucker Carlson's latest episode on World War II. Chebaniski was butthurt at how they discussed the Holocaust. Tucker Carlson's guest, Daryl Cooper, claims that the Holocaust was just a horrible accident. Millions only died because the Nazis had logistical problems feeding them. Oh. Is that? Oh. Oh. Is that what we have a 1 minute, 10-second clip here of Tucker Carlson interviewing this Daryl Cooper guy who seems to think that the Holocaust was an accident. I mean, you remember we were talking a little bit ago about, is the FBI utterly incompetent or did they intend for this to happen? This would put the FBI to shame if the Holocaust ended up being we fucked up our logistics. Oh, we can't get food here. Shit, everybody's starving to death. I would believe that, but all those guards looked well fed. In any pictures or anything like that, all those guys look like they're doing okay. So I don't know if I can buy that the Holocaust was an accident, but never thought I'd say this before. Let's hear him out.
Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler's chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is...
Whoa. Let's take it easy. Let's not go pointing the ugly end of the stick at someone before we know all the facts. Adolf Hitler is responsible for all this. What accusation? Allegedly, sir. Allegedly.
Hitler's chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941... they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of...
And millions! The Rock would have been very entertaining in those days.
Of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth, that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You have like letters.
First of all, does he have clear tape on his glasses, holding his glasses together? That's fucking baller. That you would go on to Tucker Carlson with clear tape holding your glasses together. I like that move. Second of all, that I don't see that as him talking about the Holocaust. He's talking about the prisoners of war, and they did. They racked up hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and millions. Of prisoners of war when Germany invaded Russia. They encircled large armies. Like they ran into Russia and just ran roughshod and cut off so many divisions, so many armies. They captured so many people. The amount of success Germany had in the first 6 weeks of that Operation Barbarossa was insane. Until they got bogged down in Stalingrad and winter came and fucking nightmare. I feel like that's who he's talking about. Like they couldn't feed the prisoners of war. They couldn't feed the people. I don't know if he's necessarily saying the entire Holocaust was Germany just not being able to get food to the concentration camps. And when he says camps, I don't think he's talking about concentration camps. I think he's talking about POW camps. This seems a little far-fetched, but okay.
Millions of people ended up dead there. You know, you have like letters as early as July, August 1941 from commandants of these makeshift camps that they're setting up for these millions of people who are surrendering or people they're rounding up. And so it's 2 months after, a month or two after Barbarossa was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like that guy's talking about the Jews in the Holocaust. That's, I mean, just, okay, that clip. We can watch more of this. This is fascinating to me. But that doesn't sound like he's talking about Jews in concentration camps. And second of all, the Germans didn't start like wholesale, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't start in large numbers gassing the Jews like the final solution stuff until early 44. I don't think, like, people have this idea that the Germans just started rounding up Jews and killing them. The Germans started by rounding up Jews, putting them in ghettos, putting them in concentration camps. And basically, Hitler's whole thing was, all right, I've rounded them up. Now what are we going to do with them? You know, what's the plan here for the Jews? And I believe it was Himmler came up with the idea, well, we could just gas them all to death. And like Himmler was really psychotic. Like he was debating how much bullets cost versus how much gas would cost. And like he was breaking it down like he was being a numbers guy about it. But in 41, 42, during Operation Barbarossa, they hadn't begun the final solution yet. So what this guy's talking about is completely separate from the Holocaust. This is Russian POWs during the opening weeks of Operation Barbarossa. It's completely different. DB Spoll says, your unbridled idiocy is about to land you more. I'm not talking about anything. I think DB Spoll, I think I've broken him. Thank you very much to Ep Didn't. He says, we got some more Sandy Hook stuff. During Sandy Hook, Alex was just reporting on stuff being said on 4chan, etc., and so were the callers. It was a breaking event, and that was a big news trend. Wasn't like he was the only one doing it. Mainstream media was. Ooh, I don't know if the mainstream media was saying that it was that it was a false flag. I don't think that's the case. Nigel's losing his fucking mind in the chat. Honky says, look up the Havara Agreement in 1935 when Germany and the Zionists agreed to promote Jewish migration to the British Mandate in Palestine. Yeah, dude, there was a lot of stuff that the Germans considered. And then in the 40s, they were just like, we're running out of resources. We got a war on two fronts that's not going very well. What are we going to do here with all these Jewish prisoners we've got? And they came up with what, in my opinion, was a bit of a hasty decision. Yeah, boy, Nigel's really mad that I'm talking about the Holocaust. It wasn't Hitler, you moron. It wasn't Hitler. I know. Didn't I say Himmler? Isn't that what I said? That he came up with the... All right, I'm going to cut you loose, Nigel. You're losing your fucking mind. Jesus Christ. You too, DB Spull, you're losing your fucking mind right now. Holy shit. You're thinking, SC Motorsports says, you're thinking of Operation Omarosa. Oh, well, then in that case, that's totally different. I'm sorry. Where is that guy? This Daryl, what is it again? Daryl Cooper. This is unreal. Tucker Carlson has gone off the deep end with Candace Owens. His guest is claiming that Germany gassed the Jews for humane reasons. I'm I'm going to have to see this clip. Oh, God, here's the whole 2 hours and 18 minutes with Daryl Cooper. Maybe the best, Tucker Carlson says, Daryl Cooper may be the best and most honest, popular historian in the United States. His latest project is the most forbidden of all, trying to understand World War II. So we've got history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, the Jonestown cult, World War II, how would you assess Winston Churchill, how history is rewritten and propagandized, mass immigration in Europe, the civil rights movement in BLM. Oh, I don't know. Seems like it kind of went all over the place. We got some, I mean, some clips would be good. I'd like to see some clips. They're not putting anything. So this is what I hate about people who get really pissy and really upset about like a guy like Tucker Carlson, is that they'll sit there and they'll tell you how evil he is. They'll sit there and tell you how awful he is. And then you're like, I'd like some clips, please. I'd like to see what this guy's talking about. And they won't do that. They'll just go, no. I hate that tactic of, no, just trust me. He's really bad. He's really shitty. And it's like, no, I don't do trust me. He's really bad. Really shitty. I want to see this stuff for myself. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not saying you're bad. I'm not saying the other guy you're talking about is good. I'm just saying I like to look at it for myself. And here was the most important part of the Daryl Cooper interview on Tucker. All right, we got some clips.
The definition of an Englishman has never changed, and it never will change.
Not since 1066.
They're in the process right now of forever losing the only spot of land that they have on this earth that is dedicated to the flowering and the preservation of the English people. And it's a tiny little spot.
It's true for the Dutch. It's true for the Spanish. It's true for the Germans. It's true for the Belgians. It's true for every Western European nation. So why not have a Nuremberg trial for the people who did that? I don't understand. I mean, that's such a crime.
Well, we have to win first. Louis XIV or any powerful monarch, they never would have dared imagine that they could do that to their people without getting their head cut off.
So they're talking about like the mass immigration and shit like that and kind of the losing of the culture in Europe. Is that what it is? Okay. Tells Tucker Carlson that Churchill was the chief villain in World War. Oh, boy. Okay, this guy got spicy. Churchill's the main villain in World War II for not accepting peace deals early on. You ever talk about World War II with people? And like 5-10 minutes into the conversation, you start going, I feel like this guy was rooting for Germany. Like, I know we make jokes on this show and people like, Aaron, you're German, you're a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. But I'm glad my grandpa's side won. You know, I'm very happy that the side that won. The only problem I have is I wish we would have fought Russia next. I wish we would have taken care of Stalin and taken out the Soviets. That would have been nice. I even would have, once we defeated the Nazis and got rid of the Nazis, I would have rebuilt the German army and fucking rolled on the Soviet Union as long as the Nazis were out of there. But I'm not, some of these guys, you start talking to them and they're like, Churchill was really kind of the real villain. He should have made peace. And it's like, yeah, but making peace means that Hitler stays around and he absconds with large swaths of territory from Europe. And that doesn't really seem like the best strategy, but okay. Let's hear him out.
I got in trouble with my podcast partner, Jocko.
Wait a minute. Wasn't the tape on his glasses clear before? Now the tape is blue. I know that there's Mandela effect shit that's going on all the time, but this is Mandela effect shit from like 5 minutes ago. That guy was wearing clear tape on his glasses before. Now it's blue. This is the same interview. Please, someone tell me I'm not crazy.
Will Inc. one time, because he's a New England Dutchman whose his family, it's near and dear to, they're Dutch, but very near and dear to their heart that Winston Churchill is a hero, right?
Well, everyone
thinks that. He really thinks that. And I told him that I think, and maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, maybe, But I told him, maybe trying to provoke him a little bit, that I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
Jesus, dude. The rape of Nanking, the Bataan Death March. Let's go with Tojo and Yamamoto and Hirohito. Let's go with Hitler. Like, I'm trying to come up with villains bigger than Churchill before I even get to Adolf Hitler. I mean, dude. Churchill's the chief villain in World War II? Why? Because he hated Hitler and he wanted to destroy him? Hitler was attacking his allies. He promised Poland sovereignty, and when Poland got invaded, he declared war. This sounds like a guy who's getting close to saying, well, you know, the Polish fired on the Germans first. It's like, whoa.
Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. Or just, I mean, at every step of the way, like, people are very often, I find, surprised to learn. There's a two-step process.
Well,
right?
why don't you just make the case?
Okay. Before we get too deep into this, because I am fascinated by this kind of stuff. This is interesting. I will say this. People who are against Tucker having this guy on, I think, are in the wrong. I think discussions like this are very interesting. I think they're essentially harmless. I think it's good to have a guy like this express ideas that aren't very common, that you don't hear very often in school, and you can discuss them and you can reject them or accept them. I mean, hearing someone say something different than what I've been taught doesn't threaten me. If anything, I get to argue it. I get to hear a new perspective and reject what I want to reject. And, you know, the things I find interesting, I can go, well, that's fascinating. I'll look into that. But Churchill was the main villain in World War II. I'm sorry. He's overlooking a lot of shit. Number one, that Germany started it. Number two, that Hitler wasn't just going to invade Poland. And remember, he only got half. The Soviet Union got chunks of Poland. Yeah, Hitler's ally at the time. They came in too. So Hitler wasn't going to stop at half of Poland. He was going to keep going. And then, yeah, Churchill declared war on him, and that caused Hitler to, you know, he's going to attack France, attack the UK, all of that. And Hitler did want a peace deal with the UK. That's true. But Hitler wanted a peace deal with the UK on his terms, and Churchill didn't want to fucking give up the empire to Hitler. So, I mean, to say that Churchill was the chief villain because he wanted to stand up to Hitler and fight him, and his idea was, no, this war only ends with the defeat of Adolf Hitler. I mean, that's a fair stance to take in war.
For that. Okay, so you've made your statement. A lot of people are thinking, well, wait a second. You just said Churchill, my childhood hero, the guy with the cigar.
Yeah. Well, and the next thought that comes into their head is that, oh, you're saying Churchill was the chief villain, therefore his enemies, you know, Adolf Hitler and so forth, were
Stalin,
the protagonists, right?
Yeah.
That they're the good guys if you think he's a villain. That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying. You know, Germany, look, they put the...
Wait, is this Daryl Cooper about to say that, guys, is he saying World War II was an AP hate situation? Is he saying this was a heel versus heel program? Is that what Daryl Cooper is on about? No.
Okay, so you've made your statement. A lot of people are thinking, well, wait a second. You just said Churchill, my childhood hero, the guy with the cigar.
Yeah. Well, and the next thought that comes into their head is that, oh, you're saying Churchill was the chief villain, therefore his enemies, you know, Adolf Hitler and so forth, were
Stalin,
the protagonists, right?
Yeah.
That they're the good guys if you think he's a villain. That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying. You know, Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East.
Okay, this is the clip that we just saw. It's now that they put that prisoner of war clip in context and shit, it actually sounds worse to me. It sounds like this guy's making a lot of excuses for the people that died under Adolf Hitler, but then kind of just blanket throwing shit on Churchill, like, Churchill's the chief villain, you know. Are you sure? Like, Hitler killed a lot of people. Well, when Hitler killed a lot of people, it was, he took a lot of prisoners and he didn't know what to do with them and they couldn't feed them. Those Nazis, their thoughts on Slavic inferiority and shit like that. That doesn't really matter. What it really was, God darn it, those Germans just wanted to feed all those Slavs that they captured. They just ran out of bread. I mean, forget that they were, conquering the breadbasket of the world. Just couldn't feed everybody. God darn, really wanted to feed everybody, but darn it, just couldn't. This guy seems like he's bending over backwards to protect Hitler while making some pretty grandiose statements about Churchill. Let's fast forward a little because we've already seen this clip.
And they just threw these people into camps, rendering or people they're rounding up. And so it's 2 months after, a month or two after Barbarossa was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people.
Okay, great. I understand you're trying to make that excuse to say that Churchill was the main villain of World War II. What about the Jews whose businesses they took? What about the Jews who they relocated into ghettos? Like, we're talking like before the war even. What about that? Like, I'm sorry, this guy ain't jiving with me.
We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now?
See, like everything Germany does, it's like, well, they may have murdered them and shot them all in the head. But, really they were doing it to be compassionate because those people would starve otherwise. I mean, it just seems like this guy's going really hard in the paint to defend Germany.
And so this is like 2 months into the invasion, right? And like my view on this, I argue with my Zionist interlocutors about this all the time with regard to the current war in Gaza. Look, man, like maybe you as the Germans, you felt like you had to invade to the east. Maybe you thought that Stalin was such a threat, or that if he launched a surprise attack and seized the oil fields in Romania, that you would now not have the fuel to actually respond and you'd be crippled and all of Europe would be under threat and whatever it was
this guy, to say he's reaching, it just seems like he's coming up with a lot of excuses for Germany. And then but his only thing with Churchill is, Churchill's the main villain. Well, and then that's just a blanket statement. But the rest of it is, Hitler, was he the bad guy? Because, they took all these prisoners. Well, why did they take all these prisoners? They took all those prisoners because they stabbed their ally in the back and invaded them, which they were always planning to do. Stalin was a moron for trusting Hitler. Hitler was always going to turn on him. You turned on your ally that you'd been working with a year prior, and you invaded their land, and you killed a shitload of their people. When the Germans rolled into Ukraine, Ukraine was ready to greet them as liberators. And then the Germans started rounding people up and killing people, and because they saw them as Slavic and inferior. Germany could have liberated Ukraine, and those people were ready to roll on Stalin. Like, the Ukrainians were ready to be like, hey, you give us our own... Like, Hitler could have set up a puppet government in Ukraine that was run by Ukrainians, but loyal to Germany, and said, let's fucking finish the job. We'll take 1 million Ukrainians or so. We'll roll on Russia. Could have done it. But instead, because of his ideas of purity and master race and shit like that, he had to massacre a shitload of Ukrainians and turn them against Germany. He was a fucking idiot. And it was because of that superior race shit.
Like, maybe you thought you had to do that, but at the end of the day, you launched that war with no plan to care for the millions and millions of civilians and prisoners of war that were going to come under your control. And millions of people died because of that. Right?
It wasn't because of bad planning. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't care if those people died. Stop trying to make this like Germany pulled an oopsie daisy. And again, German background here. The Germans didn't fucking care. The Nazis didn't care if those people rotted to death. They didn't care. They didn't give a shit. It's not that, oh man, we totally spaced on what we would do with these people if we captured them. They knew that if the war went well, there would be a lot of prisoners. Don't give me that shit. This guy's trying like creepily hard to excuse the Nazis.
Right. And you can look at it and say like, well, yeah. So get back to your main question about Churchill. If you go,
he ran out of excuses for the Nazis, so he's going to go back to Churchill now.
To 1939, when the Germans and the Soviet Union invade Poland. As soon as that war's wrapped up on the German side, Hitler starts firing off peace proposals to Britain and France because they had already declared war.
So let me get this straight. Britain has guaranteed Poland's sovereignty. Germany invades Poland. Britain, and again, this is after Germany has fleeced Europe for lots of territory, including Austria and Czechoslovakia, entire countries Hitler has taken after he said he'd stop. Okay. Then he invades Poland and Churchill goes, no, fuck that, dude. We're going to war. You're obviously not going to stop. Neville Chamberlain bought it. I ain't buying it. We're going to war. We're going to stop you from conquering sovereign territories. And this guy sits here and goes, well, after Hitler conquered Poland, he started firing off peace proposals. That would be like if the Chiefs win tonight and then they go, hey, if there's lots of concussions and injuries in the NFL this year, don't blame the Chiefs. After they beat the Ravens, they started firing off proposals to make themselves Super Bowl champions. I mean, it's the league's the real villain here because it was Kansas City who tried to end the season, end the year, and end all the injuries by saying, why don't you just crown us now? That's Hitler firing off peace proposals after Poland. Hey, Germany's built a new German empire. Hey, UK, before you even get a shot fired at us, you want to call her truce? And the UK goes, no, go fuck yourselves. And then this guy goes, well, then Churchill's the real villain because he could have just let Germany have Poland, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Alsace-Lorraine, the Rhineland, all these different territories that he'd taken, the Sudetenland, all of this stuff. He could have just let Hitler have Poland, but he didn't, so therefore Churchill's the bad guy. Come on. That's like a guy just walks up and starts punching people in the face at the bar and just going, fuck you, give me your money, you piece of shit, pay my tab. And then a bouncer comes up behind him and goes, fuck you, pal. And then everyone looks at the bouncer and goes, wow, he's really a piece of shit. I don't buy it. Not for a sec. This is a guy trying way too hard to have the antagonist argument or the too cool for the room, nobody's ever said this shit before argument. I'm sorry, this isn't correct.
He didn't expect them to declare war, actually. Like there's a famous scene where he kind of throws a fit when he finds out that they actually did do that. And so
that's because Hitler's a fucking idiot. They told him they were going to declare war if he invaded Poland, that there would be war. He was so used to that pussy Neville Chamberlain not doing anything to confront Hitler that he didn't know Churchill would be different.
He doesn't want to fight France. He doesn't want to fight Britain. He feels that's going to weaken Europe when we've got this huge threat to the east, the communist threat over there. And he starts firing off peace proposals. He says, let's not.
Oh, my God. No, I'm sorry. This doesn't track with what he was doing at the time. You're rewriting history to fit this mold that you want to defend Germany, is what it seems like. Germany allied with the communist menace to the east. Churchill hated Stalin. Churchill did not like Stalin, didn't trust Stalin. Hitler made friends with Stalin. Churchill declared war on Hitler. So this idea that Hitler's like, no, come on, France and Britain, let's fight the Soviet Union, and then starts firing off peace proposals, that's not what it was. That's not what it was at all.
Not do this. Like, we can't do this. And of course, a year goes by, 1940 comes around, and they're still at war. And so he launches his invasion to the west, takes over France, takes over Western and Northern Europe. Once that's done, and the British have, escaped at Dunkirk. There's no British force left on the continent. There's no opposing force left on the continent. In other words, the war is over, and the Germans won. Okay,
by what point?
Fall of 1940. right? So there's literally no opposing force on the continent. And throughout that summer, Adolf Hitler is firing off radio broadcasts, giving speeches, literally sending planes over to drop leaflets over London.
That's propaganda. That's what happens during a war. That's to demoralize the enemy and get them to surrender. So Hitler invades all these sovereign nations. And Churchill goes, no, we're not going to let you win. We're not going to let you be the victor in this war. We're going to continue fighting. He gives we'll fight on the beaches. We'll fight in the towns. We'll fight on the countryside. We will never surrender. That doesn't make him the villain of World War II. That makes him a guy who didn't want to surrender to his enemy. You know who was the real problem in the Persian-Greco War? You know who was the real problem? Leonidas. I think Leonidas was the real villain. You know, if he just would have let Xerxes march right through Thermopylae and just go and sack all of Greece, everything would have been fine. And then if Greece would have just bent the knee and bowed down to the Persians and let Greece basically just become a Persian territory, none of this would have we wouldn't have had all this suffering. So, yeah, Leonidas is actually the bad guy in that whole war. This is fucking stupid.
London and other British cities trying to get the message to these people that Germany does not want to fight you. Like, we don't want to fight you. Offering peace proposals that...
Oh, guys, see? Boy, this guy is kind of a Hitler apologist. I thought that this was going to be a bunch of people on Twitter queefing over nothing. This guy is... Oh, someone said YouTube took you down for a minute. Oh, are we still going? What's the deal? Are we still on? Your stream has been temporarily blocked because we detected video belonging to someone else. What? That's it's a Tucker Carlson Twitter video. They're saying we just got nuked. What the fuck? No shit, huh? No shit. I don't have anything from YouTube saying that we caught a strike or anything like that. Can we go? Should we go back on? We were fucking talking about... We were talking about the old... your stream is no longer being blocked. Your stream is no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. So we should be back up and running. Let's see. So we can't play the Tucker Carlson thing? Is that what it is? Is it the Tucker Carlson deal? All right. Well, we're back, apparently. All right. Fucking hell. So we can't... They're saying they pulled the show down. I know we're back on YouTube now. Dude, I'm sorry, but that was a good discussion we were having. I was having a fucking blast talking about all that. So I can't finish that guy's clip. You know what? This shit's going to get bad before the election. It's going to... Oh, man. It's going to... It's definitely a Tucker Carlson, Daryl Cooper thing. That's fucking bullshit, dude. That's... I don't know. That's... What do we do? Like, Sorry, I'm having trouble with that. I know we're back, and that's great, and that's wonderful. But at the same time, I was really, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I hope that was entertaining for you. And I was going to go to the chat. We're going to talk about all this stuff. I was really having fun. I was having a great time with that. Kind of like yesterday talking about the Vikings and talking football and all of that shit. I really loved it. And I'd love to have guests on. Like, I'd love to start booking guests more. Guests like that would be really interesting, but I guess I can't have him on. It would be fascinating to argue and debate with that guy. And that was, like I said, a really good time. But they're just going to, YouTube's just going to take me down. And like, I'm playing the clip, and the argument I'm making is that this guy's wrong for saying like, Germany didn't mean it. And, you know, Churchill's the real villain in World War II. This is why people don't fucking trust the media. This is why people don't trust YouTube. YouTube sits there and goes, why don't people like us? Why do people make shit up about us? They don't make shit up about you. I'm not talking about, you know, oh, we won't air assassinations or we won't air stuff that's this graphic. I get that. I understand that you've got advertisers. But please tell me what playing a Tucker Carlson clip, and Tucker Carlson does not copyright strike people. That was it's available for free on Twitter. Please tell me how Tucker Carlson talking to a guy about World War II and us commenting on it on clips, please tell me how that somehow violates some kind of term of service. We're discussing history. If anything, I'm probably getting called a fucking Jew by my audience right now. Aaron, this guy's right. They're probably shitting on me right now. Oh, God, this kind of shit frustrates me, and it's going to get worse as we get closer to November. What are the polls saying today? I'm interested. This guy's got 3 minutes left. And again, I thought this guy was really interesting. I think he's wrong, but I think it's really fascinating how he came to his conclusions. What are the polls saying? I feel like the polls must be tightening. What are they saying about old Trump and Kamala? Oh yeah. Kamala +2, the other poll even in the general election. So we're getting, Kamala +1. So the RF Kennedy Jr. thing kind of had a little bit of an impact. Oh, God, Arizona, Trump up by 1. Nevada, Trump up by 1. North Carolina, Trump up by 1. Okay. Trump fucking killing it in Florida and Texas. Yeah. Well, it makes sense now. Trump winning in Michigan, winning in Wisconsin. Yeah, last week, Harris was looking at 4 and 5 point leads. Now she's looking at even and +2. And we've got 2 months left, and I think Harris has peaked. So that's what we're going to get. That's what this is. No watching Tucker. No watching any talk about World War II or Hitler or anything like that. This is fucking... Ugh. If you're just joining us, our YouTube stream got knocked out for a period of time because we were talking about a clip of, what do you call it? Daryl Cooper talking to Tucker Carlson about World War II and how he believes Churchill was the villain. I don't agree with him, obviously. But they said it was for copyright reasons. YouTube said they were taking it down because I was playing copyright. I was playing Ashley McBride Little Dive Bar in Dahlonega yesterday, which is far more copyright protected than anything Tucker Carlson's doing. And nobody took me down. Oh, that is fucking infuriating. It really is. Isn't it greasy with five? Let's get through some super chats here. Isn't it greasy with $5 says, I never understood why the Soviet Union didn't get as much shit considering World War II in Europe started with the combined Soviet-Nazi invasion of Poland. I never got that either. And I never understood why FDR trusted Stalin so much other than FDR was kind of a communist too. And that kind of sucks to hear. But FDR was very, very far left and probably had more sympathies with Joseph Stalin, certainly than Churchill did, who was far more conservative than FDR was. So I don't know why Russia didn't catch more shit either. I mean, Russia didn't want to be the good guys in World War II. Russia wanted territorial expansion. They wanted the Baltic states. They got them. They were going to fucking roll on Finland, but Finland stopped them cold. Finland fought their fucking saunted up asses off. And then they also invaded Poland with Germany. And they were ruthless and cutthroat in World War II, but they were cutting Nazi throats, so we looked the other way. Like, they were never good. They were on our side just because we had a common enemy, but they were never good. Churchill was right. Patton was right. Does anyone remember? Let's go to the Rumble chat. Does anyone remember Patton's quote? Let's read a couple of these super chats, and we'll see how many people get it. After we won the war and we met in Germany, after Eisenhower and Patton and Montgomery and all those guys, they met in Germany. What was it that Patton said? And then we'll talk about how the American government killed General Patton. Epp didn't with $3 says, guess how they all got to Germany and Poland? Russian Empire pushed them all there. Pale of settlement was 600 years of pushing them into that region, overwhelming it. Think a few might have died then. Epp didn't with $1 says, Aaron, do you think if all of our foreign supplies were cut off in the U.S., that we'd give all our food to the Japanese prisoners? No, obviously they'd be the first to starve to death. No, I agree with that. I'm just saying I think this guy's oversimplifying. Epp didn't with number 1. So when Aaron misses responding to our $3 super chats, they don't even get counted towards the goal. I wonder why he has had a hard time hitting the. We haven't had a hard time hitting the. We've missed like 3 in the last 4 months. Have you never heard of rant stats? I'm reading them, buddy. We're going to go over this whole thing. Then we're going to read them all. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, speaking of historical figures, Chrissy's family goes back. How does it get back to Chrissy? Goes back to the Revolutionary War. A family member carried Paul Revere to warn the colonies the redcoats are coming. You see, it's a horse. You see, it's a horse. Elon Musk is a bitch and throttles free speech constantly. Would that be an Elon thing? We played lots of shit off of Twitter before. Let's go to Patton fought the wrong enemy. Did anyone get the Patton quote? There we go. On to Russia. Yeah. Patton was the one that said on to Russia, and he was saber rattling. He and Churchill agreed that we should go and we should fight the Ruskies. And then all of a sudden, the brakes on his car didn't work, and he crashed and died. Weird. Epp didn't with $3 says, okay, now I feel like a dumbass. I jumped the gun. Sorry. Fuck YouTube. Well, I mean, thank you. It's very nice of you to admit that, you maybe got a little ahead of yourself. I understand. Let's go to super chats here. Isn't it greasy with $5? Oh, I'm sorry. We did that one. Drinking beer with $20. Thank you very much. No comment on it. Just $20. I appreciate that. Milton's BMI with $10 says, please be as condescending and degrading to Melton's fans even more. It's so hilarious watching them seethe. I don't have to do anything to make them seethe. People think I do things to make them seethe. You just either ignoring them makes them seethe, smiling makes them seethe. They're a very sensitive, weird bunch. I mean, they follow a guy who makes regular sexual comments about underage children. These aren't people of a high stock. It doesn't take much to rattle their cage. These people are absolute mongoloids who think they're winning in everything, and they sit on a Discord all day and go, who can we dox next? Who can we call next? What number can we spoof next? And you're like, this is what you do all day? You understand the rest of us just think you're broken inside. No! And then all caps, you're all broken. Okay. It's kind of a... Melton and his audience are kind of the classic case of create your own community and never leave it, never go outside of it. And anytime something from the outside comes in to show you what a delusion you've built for yourself, just attack it and start screaming. Just screech as loud as you can. So I appreciate the $10 and I appreciate the compliment and the encouragement, but I'm not doing anything. They do this all to themselves. It's actually kind of baffling. They certainly, the fat guy included, they don't like hearing that either. Thank you very much. Isn't it Greasy gifting a membership? Very nice. Thank you. Appreciate those gifted memberships over there on YouTube. Corndiff with $2 says, I'm back on Team Toe. In fact, I never left. Oh, thank you, Corndiff. What a sweetie. What a nice boy. That nobody says anything bad about my buddy Corndiff. He's a sweet boy. Let's go to Addicted to Ubiquity with $5. Says, I think my ex-girlfriend had a real problem with Paul. This is such a bad fucking joke. I'm going to read it anyway. $5. I think my ex-girlfriend had a real problem with Polish people. She kept a bottle of, with Polish people. She kept a bottle of Polish remover in her medicine cabinet. You get the joke, you guys? Polish remover. Oh, sir, I apologize. I believe that's polish remover. Oh, that hurt. Sam with $5 says they literally have videos of dead, half-rotted bodies on YouTube. You get throttled. I don't know. I asked Chrissy for a ride yesterday. She said nay. How does it turn into a Chrissy joke? Oh, boy. Freedom with $5 says, fuck YouTube. Damn, Susan's ghost causing shit. I can't believe that we got throttled for that video. It's fucking insanity, man. It really is. I'm sorry, 140 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your kindness and generosity. Last goal of the week. It's Rumble Friday tomorrow. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says Patton didn't need to die by brakes being cut. Chrissy's family were hard at work being rowed and pulling carriages. Why? I never asked for it. Oh, man. Sam Show says, you know who didn't get the joke, Aaron? The Polish. That's like that Fernwood Tonight episode where that guy does the racial stereotype study, and he goes, well, just wondering, doctor, what background are you? And he says, well, I'm Polish. And he goes, oh, well, I'm glad to have you here. It's wonderful. You're a credit to your race. In fact, if we had two more of you here, we could change this light bulb. It's a fun little Fernwood Tonight joke. Honky says, Melton fans are the bullied kids from high school. Aaron hate is their way to get revenge at the shitty school life they suffered. It makes sense because, I mean, Patrick is clearly, we've said this before, he's got classic bullied kid syndrome. He's got bullied, obese, parentless, friendless syndrome. And to see that play out to someone, I think, pushing 50, it's a cautionary tale. And that's coming from me. I don't want to be like that. I never want, I would hate if my children ended up that. I mean, first of all, the stuff he says about underage kids alone. And I thought it was just me because he's broken by his obsession with me. And he leads these other broken people down a primrose path of destruction. I thought it was just my kids. And then you go back in his history and his Kiwi Farms digs into it. He's a fucked up guy. Like the stuff about kids, he's a fucked up guy. And it can't be comedy. It can't be funny because he got run out of there and he cried and ran off stage and he doesn't do comedy anymore. So it's not a comedy thing. There's some kind of attraction in him that's really unhealthy. And thank God he stays by himself in a basement because that kind of person, you don't know what they're capable of if they get out in public too much because he's shown he can't control himself. Approachable with a clip. Oh boy, what did I do? Sam Show says Melton is tweaked for sure. It doesn't take much. McBuster says more Melton clips about children on Kiwi farms. Holy fuck, he's a for sure. I don't know if he's that for sure, but I don't know, man. There's a saying where there's smoke, there's fire, and this guy said a lot of fucked up sexual shit about kids. And that's, I don't know. Again, him being immobile and so obese that he can barely do stairs is probably the safest thing for children. His obesity has probably saved lives. Approachable with a clip. Let's see what it is. Oh, boy. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
And Hirohito. Let's go with Hitler.
No, that's not. No, I didn't say let's go with Hitler like, hey, he sounds like a good dude. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying at all. Kevin Soundboard says you're not wrong. He has a past of quote unquote funny pedo jokes and hasn't stopped since. He hasn't. I mean, and he hangs around interesting people and he supports interesting people when it comes to that kind of stuff. He's a weird guy. I understand his obsession with me. I understand his frustration with me. I get it all. Like, I'm sure he doesn't want to be like that, but I think people are just born that way. And I think I think his whole persona that he's built for himself is a way to try to cope with that. John Myers with $4.99 says Melton is really dumb, but he's twice as smart as his audience. Also, Mayor loves oats. I did that last part completely unnecessary, John. But the first part, I agree with you. I agree that his audience is far dumber than him. But he's dumb too. I could never be proud of the kind of audience he does. I mean, if he is, congratulations. God bless low bars, but those are some, I mean, there's bottom dwellers, which I thought our audience was. I thought you were all a bunch of bottom feeders. And then there's the false bottom falling out. And then there's 20 miles of shit. And then there's people who are fans of his. I mean, truly hopeless individuals. Corn Diff with $2 says, Chops and I would love to have you on our show. I hope you understand that at the moment, I'm only doing my show because I can control all the content, the questions, and everything else. I love you guys, Corn Diff. I hope you heard my apology. I got confused. I thought Johnny said the stuff on your show from the Dan show. I got those two mixed up. I apologize for that. I like you guys. I saw Granny was calling yesterday during the evening show. Again, no offense. It was nothing personal. I just, I'm not going to be doing anybody's show. And that was a policy I had before all the newest horse shit. I just, we're doing well over here. We're doing fine over here show-wise, statistically, all that stuff. The deeper I get involved in the internet, the dumber it gets. Innit Greasy with $5 says, what's all in the VIP package? I was honestly worried I'll never get mine last week. Also find it crazy that, well, I can't really, sorry, Innit Greasy, I can't talk about that. But, yeah, I mean, obviously this set a lot of shit back in terms of getting you stuff, but we'll get there. We'll get there, buddy. King Kong Dong says, I know off topic. Well, that's fine. We gotta fucking switch topics now anyway, because fucking YouTube took us down. I really wanted to go over those clips. I thought they were really interesting. Yes, D-Sil, I agree with you. I have learned from that for sure. King Kong Dong says, I know off topic, but Aaron, you should watch the Connor Stallions Netflix documentary. NCAA did some shady fucking shit. Yeah, there were a bunch of people at the state fair on Sunday when we went. My buddy and SP, we went to the fair. And there was a family wearing Michigan jerseys. And my buddy looked at him and just started chanting, Connor Stallions, and I start clapping. I can't resist one of those chants. I can't. I'm an old school wrestling fan. I can't. Someone says something in this. Here's an Achilles heel of mine. If you say anything in that speech pattern, I will clap. It doesn't matter what you say. Put it in the chat right now. If you do, if you say Connor Stallions, I'll go. Anything you put in the chat in that rhythm, I clap. It's just, I can't resist that chant. It's impossible for me. Thank you, Steve C, for the $2. I mean, those count as mine, right? 100%. We've got about 900 of you checking in at the moment. I actually think that's way more. 900 checking in. That's after we got taken down from YouTube for a while this morning. Sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to quote facts at you. I know that's a problem. But thank you for the $2. I do appreciate it. And we are what, 135 away from today? Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Now, I'm going to answer this call from Mikey Two Milks. But I don't know if I should, because I have a feeling Mikey's going to tell a joke, and it's a joke that I don't really think is appropriate for the show today. Mikey, go ahead.
Chrissy, horse face.
See, I'll do it no matter what. And that's not nice. What Mikey just said was not nice. But I'll still clap along. I can't help it. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, speaking of low bars, in her dressage career, Chrissy keeps all the bars low. There's nothing I can do. They can't be stopped. Let's go to Dead Game. Aaron's faggot. See, I can't. It doesn't matter. Pablo Pacheco. Fuck Joe Biden. That's an easy one. Jesswig. Aaron eats ass. Ep, didn't you know? Hey, buddy, I'm not going to ban you for it, but you know we can't be doing that. So please, I like you. Please don't do that ever again. Honky says MAP, minor attracted person, is Patrick Allen Melton's initials in reverse. Oh, shit. Coincidence? I think not. Let's go into PayPal. $5 from King Kong Dong. He says, so is the UN today's Hitler and Putin is Great Britain with the expansion of the UN. Also, FDR was a commie. Yeah, FDR was pretty much a communist. By the way, 130 away from today's goal, the final goal of the week. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. I appreciate it. Aaron likes butter sex does not fit the clap. It doesn't. Aaron likes Aaron likes not. Oh, I thought it said butter sex. Boy, that makes me seem even fatter. Aaron likes butt sex. It would be more like Aaron butt sex. Likes kind of fucks it up. Some people are writing in April stinky. That's wow. Wow, you guys. Text messages. This happens to pop culture and political commentators all the time. YouTube has some bot that constantly monitors live streams for preferred content providers. Material being pirated, it's bullshit. But if you wait it out, the stream comes back, it doesn't give you a strike. There is somewhere in the back end of Streamlabs or OBS that turns yellow and gives the streamer a content warning telling you there. Oh, no, it's in the YouTube thing. You can go in the YouTube thing and see that. Thank you very, very much. Rusty Grammar, Streamlabs, PayPal. There we go. McBuster, I mean it. No. Guys, I got to start banning if you do that shit. I don't want to. Please don't. That's because the two people who have done it so far, big fans. They like the show. You know what I'm talking about. Please do not. I appreciate that. No, mild. I'm not chant. Okay, you guys have come up with some chant ideas that I will not join in with. I like fake 6 million. I will not chant. Chrissy's teen boy. Because her sexual fantasy with the 16-year-old. Honky. Negro women arguing. No, that doesn't fit the chant. Negro women arguing. Atomic Ray. Vikings 8 and 9. Guys. Dun, 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 dun. 4 syllables. Vikings 8 and 9. That's 5. Sam Show. Goddamn Jew baby. That's 5. You guys are not good at this chant. Oh. All right, guys. I thought we were going to have a little more time with that. COVID Crotch becoming a member for 27 months. Says, I no longer feel the need to fuck horses after being prescribed riding time with Chrissy, almost made a full recovery. No more horses. What did she ever do to become the butt of jokes that weren't even told? I miss the Bill and Killary impressions with Oz, says Drinking Beers. Yeah, Oz is great. Corn Dip with $2 says, Johnny is our new fifth mic. FYI. Is he really? I like you guys. No, your guys' thing with Johnny was fine. Somebody tried to tattle on you guys with a clip of like, oh, yeah, here's Johnny saying he won't do overtime while he's in California unless I pay him more. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm not going to pay him more. So obviously, yeah, he doesn't have to do overtime. That's not like a controversy. That's just Johnny going, hey, well, honestly, I told Johnny while you're in vacation in California, don't do the fucking show. Like, don't. Hey, I'm in California on vacation with my girl. Hey, man, that's awesome. You want to come into work? No, that's not part of vacation. So take that fucking week off. Everyone thought that was some kind of scandal. Is he really? Is Johnny going to do that show regularly? How do you guys split up money between 5 people? I know you guys do it for love of the game and shit. Like, I'm the big, greedy Jewish show host here. I get that. But splitting it up 5 ways. Yikes. All right, guys. 125 away from this morning. Thank you very much. I'm really fucking annoyed by that Tucker Carlson. It's like 3 minutes left of that guy. And it was really interesting. But 2 months away from an election, here we go. We're going to have the fucking Stasi on us. We're going to have the Gestapo on us at YouTube. Isn't it amazing that we were talking about Nazi Germany and then YouTube behaves like the Gestapo? Because you're talking about World War II. Guys, thank you very much. We are 1,000 people deep this morning. Thank you. Hit like. Hit subscribe. 600 Rumble, 400 YouTube. And, of course, it's usually the other way around. But YouTube fucked us and shut us down. So I think a lot of people moved over to Rumble. We are back up on YouTube. Hit like. Hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Well, we had breaking news in the presidential election yesterday, and hopefully we don't get taken off the fucking air for this one, but Kamala Harris has finally agreed to the debate rules with ABC. So we're going to have a debate, a week from this past Tuesday? Yeah, the 10th, right? I think we're going to have a debate on the 10th. We could, let's see, the 10th is a Tuesday. We could do a watch along for the evening show for that one if you guys want to. Kamala has finally agreed to the debate rules with ABC. She didn't want muted microphones, insinuating muted microphones puts her at a disadvantage. So I'm guessing by muted microphones, it's when the other person's talking, the other person's mic can't be on, and when that person's time is up, their mic just shuts off. Honestly, the way Donald Trump behaves at debates, I would get the muted microphones thing. Because it's like a lot of times Donald will try to bully for more time and shit like that. Just shut the mic off. All right, here's your time. Boom, make your thought. Maybe give him a warning, like a 10-second warning or whatever, and then wrap her up. And then we shut the mic off. Kamala Harris didn't want that. No. Kamala, you want muted microphones. I don't think Kamala being able to speak while Trump is speaking is going to help her because she's going to come across as like a harpy. Because that's how she talks to me. Excuse me, Donald, you don't really... And people are going to be annoyed by her. I think muted microphones around Kamala Harris are a good idea in general. I think they help her. I think the longer a mic stays on around Kamala Harris, the lower her poll numbers go. Plus, how long does it take her to repeat the same concept 4 times in explaining it to us? You see, the school bus is a bus, and that bus will take you to school. And when you bus people to school, school will then be bussing. Thank you. Thank you. Does that mean she thinks her only chance of winning is to not be able to get a word in at all? Because she's probably right. That's from Not the Bee. Muted microphones put her at a disadvantage. I don't know. I think if I were debating Donald Trump, I would definitely want muted microphones. But again, that's just me. Unmuted mics, she can't interrupt and stall, says D-Cell. I get that. I understand. And she can do the I'm speaking thing. I understand that. But like also, you don't want Trump to be able to just have the last thing you want for Donald Trump is him to have a live mic on television. If Donald Trump just has an open microphone all the time, he can come in there and just, you're wrong. You're wrong. You'd be in jail. You know, he'd drop some of those gems on you and people would laugh and you'd look stupid. She should want the muted microphones. SC Motorsports says, Aaron, she has a Southern accent now. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. She's got that Southern accent. Y'all need to thank a union member. Oh, sugar, I got some sarsaparilla and some sweet tea for y'all. Ugh. She didn't want that because when she debated Pence, she kept saying, there's a woman speaking. Did she really? Ugh. So she wants to do the there's a woman. Now, maybe she can play in the debate. She can do the they're trying to silence a woman card. If we don't have a country smarter than that, and I've come to believe in the last few weeks and shit that we don't have a country that's smarter than that bullshit fucking argument. Treat everybody the same or admit that there should be a difference in how we treat men and women. Personally, I think there should be a difference. And I think it should be well defined and it should be accepted. There should be a difference in how we treat men and women. Men and women communicate differently. Those two styles should be respected. But like, we do this thing where we've told women it's empowering to try and just meet guys on their field, and they shouldn't. It puts them at a disadvantage. Because a guy's communication style is much more blunt and direct and confrontational, where a woman's is more negotiation, empathy, compromise, shit like that. So when you tell a woman, yeah, be a bad bitch, be right in there with men, you're leading a lamb to slaughter when you do that. A woman trying to do that with a man, first of all, when a man argues with a woman like that, he's holding back naturally out of respect. And then she tries to bow up and match his energy. That it doesn't work. Let women communicate their way. Let men communicate their way. Stop trying to force women to be men if they want to get on the field. That just seems fucking stupid because it looks unnatural. Packer Backer says, odd part was Kamala was against the muted mics. I'm wagering she wanted Trump to interrupt her stupid babbling so she could call him a misogynist. Yeah, but again, that kind of fucking, what do you call that? Condescending attitude towards the American people's intelligence. If that works, then shame on us. Like, again, because that goes back to if two guys were interrupting each other, they wouldn't go, it's so disrespectful and you just don't have appreciation for me if you interrupt me. Like, so that shouldn't be allowed when it's a woman, because any man who would interrupt a woman would interrupt a dude. They're just kind of a dick. They're just kind of abrasive. So if you want unmuted mics so you can call Trump a misogynist, not because you think he is one, but because you think it will make other women go, oh, yeah, sister, I'm with you. Like, that's just, ew. That's so manipulative when you know better. USA Voters says McBuster don't want a bitchy ankle biter. Trump will win the debate and thus the election. Looks like he's already starting to pull ahead. Buffalo Jockey says, what's the point of them debating? They both had 3 to 4 years to show us how garbage they would lead. That's true, too. Zen Man Build says, no, she wanted them open so she could keep pulling that excuse me, I'm talking thing she does during debates. Again, it's sad if that works. Hablo Pacheco says Trump doesn't even need to say anything during the debate. Just watch Kamala talk and slowly destroy herself. You know, that's what I'm learning about people who, you know, have historically not liked me. Is the more I just kind of keep my mouth shut and don't talk about anything, they just all kind of start fighting with each other and flailing around and, you know, just step aside. Let the animals eat each other. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2. See, now this is just you calling me gay. This doesn't fit the chant thing. Aaron loves sucking dicks. That's 5. That doesn't, see how that doesn't work? Infernal Machine. Yeah, that's a Kamala Harris line. Schools be bussin'. That's how she's going to get the youth vote. Coltrane with $1 says the muted mics are what did in Biden. He just rambled. She didn't want that because she wants Trump to attack and ramble. She also won't get her I'm speaking. Everyone is doing that, is saying it's because of the I'm speaking thing. Trump needs to let her talk. Yeah, I think she should want the muted mics. Kamala will give the puppy who lost his way analogy, says S-word jockey. You know, I want to compare the American economy to a book called The Puppy Who Lost His Way. But the puppy had become a dog. But the economy, my friends, that was a revolution. Yeah, people are telling me, Aaron, you're wrong. The point is she wants the mics on so she can go, I'm speaking. Well, then that's conniving. That's just manipulative. That's really shitty. So basically what she's saying is I want the mics on so I can play to low IQ female voters and make them think that me going, I'm speaking, is somehow fighting for them. That's a really shitty way to try to run a campaign, man. Mild with $1 says, did you ever go to Renfest and put some money down on Chrissy at Canterbury? No, I think my trip to the Renaissance Festival is going to be not this weekend, but the following weekend is when I'm going to go. But I haven't planned that yet. I'll talk to SP and see if she wants to go do some Renaissancing. I think it would be funny if she didn't dress up and I did. That would be very funny. And then just embarrass her. Maybe even get in character and talk like ye old-timey guy. It could be fun. Prayer says, Aaron sent you a DM on a story about National Guard in New York. Are they going to put Trump in jail? I don't know. Ask my uncle. My uncle might tell you that Trump's going to put them in jail. Rhode Island Red with $1.99 says, why didn't you take your kids to the fair? First of all, weird fucking question to ask. Second of all, it's too young. A 5-year-old at the state fair. You take 3 kids to the Minnesota State Fair, especially the day we went was a record-breaking attendance day. No, that's a nightmare to try and keep track of all that. Brian M. gifting 5. Plus, they would be bored in an hour, and we were there for 5 hours. There's no way they would have made it. Thank you very much but thank you, I guess, for asking a very weird, invasive question. Thank you very much to Brian M., the 5 gifted memberships. 115 is our number for today. If you'd like to continue contributing, $115 is all we've got left for a goal today. We appreciate your guys' generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all the links are in the chat. Dr. Rondo says, everybody gets a med bed. That's right. My uncle would make sure everybody gets a med bed. Belouzier says, any local stories? We'll have the Walls stuff. Apparently Wall's whole extended family are Trump people. And then also there is a potential lawsuit pending for Governor Walz about mismanaged COVID funds that we could talk about later today. But we've got a lot of other shit that we want to do as well. I did want to play this Dan Campbell Applebee's commercial. I think it's going to be very funny, but at the same time, I don't think I'm supposed to like this because Dan Campbell is obviously the head coach of the Detroit Lions, and I'm a Vikings fan, and fuck the Lions. The weirdest thing is, like, the Lions are a team that I have to hate now, but I've never hated the Lions. And you might think that's weird because the Vikings are an old NFC Central and now NFC North team. And like my whole life, you should be hating your division rivals. Like I hate the Bears. I hate the Packers. There's one problem with the Lions. And I don't know if any of you know what it is. Feel free to write in the Rumble or YouTube chat what you think it may be. But there's a problem with trying, like historically, hating the Lions. As a Minnesota Vikings fan, it's brand new to me. I like their coach. I think Dan Campbell is fucking insane. I think he's crazy. It's like, hey, man, it's 0-0. There's 12 minutes left in the first quarter, and it's 4th and 7 from our own 30. What do you want to do? He's like, fucking go for it. Hey, man, we're down by 1 with 3 seconds left, and we just scored a touchdown. What do you want to do? Fuck it, go for 2. And just, Dan Campbell's insane. It's 4th and 19 from our own 2, and we're up by 20. What do you want to do? Fucking go for it. I've got the perfect play. He rules, man. His first year there, it looked like he was going to get fired because they fucking stunk. And then the team just kept getting better and better. I like him. I do think he costs his team games, but I like the guy. He's got balls. McBuster says the Lions are still the team with the most losses of any top sports team, not just football. That's why it's been impossible. Yeah, give me tips. Nailed it too. It's completely impossible as a Vikings fan to hate the Lions because they've sucked so bad for so long that it's really, really hard to hate them. Like, as a Viking fan, when they were in the NFC Championship game last year, I should have been rooting for San Francisco. I should have been saying, yeah, fucking 49ers, bury the Lions. I was 100% rooting for Jared Goff, Dan Campbell, and the Detroit Lions, the lovable losers. Because they've been so fucking bad for so long that they're not even a rival. They're not even a Viking rival to me. They're just the lovable losers who have always sucked asshole. They've always been shitty. And now that they're good, you can't help but root for them. Like, what's it here? Vikings versus Lions record. Yeah, the Minnesota Vikings lead the Lions 80, the record of our meetings together, 80, 43, and 2. We've won about twice as many games in our quote-unquote rivalry as the Lions have. So, again, how do you hate a team like that? Plus, when I was a little kid, they had Barry Sanders, and Barry Sanders fucking ruled, boss. So, it's hard to hate them. And then Dan Campbell recently did an Applebee's commercial. And God help me, it's a fucking funny Applebee's commercial. And Dan Campbell is great in said Applebee's commercial. It's really good. How do you not like this guy? Yeah, he's atop your division now. Yeah, he's got the best team in the division. They're loaded, stacked, but it's nice to see them winning for once. Let's go ahead and watch this Applebee's. And I don't give a shit about Applebee's. I fucking don't care about Applebee's. Don't hate it. Don't love it. I don't go into the place. I think after my boxing match, the one where I dropped the guy in the 3rd round, April and I stopped at Applebee's to have a beer because I think it was the only place that was open at the time. So we went to, that was close to around the house. And I was all stinky and sweaty and everything else. So we're like, let's just stop into Applebee's and grab a beer.
Welcome to Applebee's. Can I interest you in America's favorite boneless wings for just 50 cents each?
So if you're not watching this, and you may think this is fucking dumb, I'm a football fan. I love this. Dan Campbell comes up, and he's the server at Applebee's, and he has the check book, the book that the tab goes into, and he's holding it over his face as he talks to them about the menu, like a coach does when he's calling plays. It's stupid. It's retarded. I love it.
I'll have the 50-cent bone.
Cover your mouth. They could steal your order.
I'll have the 50-cent boneless wings.
I'll have the same.
Perfect. They'll never see it coming.
It's fucking, I don't know if I'm becoming my parents in my old age. That's just likable. I enjoy that. There's nothing wrong with that. Coyote NV, Coyote Nevada with $4.99 says Big Twins Royals series this weekend. Yeah, dude, I'm starting to get excited for the Viking or the Twins now because it's pennant race time. You know what? I didn't check yesterday to see how we did last night against the Rays. Twins game. We play the Rays at 12. Got a getaway game today. But I wanted to know what happened yesterday. Oh, fuck. We got beat 9-4. Shit. God damn it. So we need to beat the Rays today. The Rays are a 500 team. We got to be beating them. We're 4.5 back from the Guardians. We're tied with the Royals. We're looking good for the wild card. The Yankees are ahead of us, and that's it. So there's 3 wild card spots. We've got the second one. But we have I think it's a 3-game series coming up with the Royals. If we can sweep them, we put a lot of distance between the two of us, and we probably pick up a game or 2 on Cleveland. Because everyone in the American League Central is struggling right now. Cleveland's 5-5 in their last 10. The only problem is we're 3-7. So we all just got to reach up and grab that brass ring, Bubba. I saw a stat yesterday. You want to know how fucking bad the Chicago White Sox are? The American League Central Division is 37 games under 500 combined record. 4 out of the 5 teams in the American League Central are over 500. That means that the White Sox are so fucking bad, they drag the entire division under 500 by 38 games. By the way, the Chicago White Sox, 32-109. The lowest win total in the modern era in baseball, the 1962 New York Mets with 40 wins. Chicago is not getting 9 more wins by the end of the season. I think we have, 3 weeks left in the year? I think it's pretty safe to say the Chicago White Sox are by the end of this season will be the worst team in modern baseball history. I'm very excited about this. Very excited. You ain't getting my money. I think you're wrong, buddy. I think you're wrong. We got 1,000 people checking us out at the moment, so sorry about that loss. Eduardo Suarez with $2, same thing. I don't think he has 1,000. Sorry about that. You guys try. I feel bad because you guys are like shooting fish in a barrel, but what do you do? I mean, you guys kind of set yourselves up for it. 450 and 550. I believe that's 1,000. And that's, guys, you shouldn't be bragging about that because we got shut down on YouTube this morning for minutes. We got shut down for something, for the World War II thing. Sorry about your damn luck. I apologize, but this is becoming kind of a daily occurrence, just kind of nonchalantly brushing you guys aside. I know it bothers you. I can't help it. I've just got the facts on my side. Let's talk about this fucking shooting. Another one. Is this a record, by the way? Have we ever had... So it was Wednesday. It's the second day of school. Although this is down south, so they might have started a few weeks ago. But second day of school for most people, the day after Labor Day, that Tuesday is usually the first day. Have we ever had one this close to the beginning of the school year? I hope not. I hope this is the first, because if we've had them like the day of before, aren't you supposed to get really frustrated first and really upset with school and like find out that you're a loser that no girls want to fuck and then you shoot up the school? Like, doesn't that have to like marinate a little bit? That's the problem with this younger generation. No patience. The Georgia Bureau of, we'll get to all that. I hate when don't you hate it when the news does stories like their articles are backwards? Like they start with the newest thing. I like to start with the first facts first. School shooting at Appalachia High School. What's different about this one is that the shooter is in custody. Okay, so they got him alive. All schools throughout Barrow County went into lockdown as a precautionary measure Wednesday morning around 10:30 a.m. our time. The sheriff's office did not give additional details about the situation, but said more information would be shared as soon as deputies are currently on the scene. 2 students and 2 teachers is what I heard. I heard it was 2 students, 2 teachers. Here's what we know. Here were the initial reports on the shooting.
What are you hearing so far about how this happened? What are students at that school saying they heard and saw?
Well, there were some reports of hearing gunfire, and we know that it's serious enough, Diane, even though the numbers have not been made clear to us, that the White House says President Biden has been briefed now on what's gone on at the high school there in Winder, Georgia.
Why does that's a weird thing to say. We don't know how many dead, but we do know the president has been briefed. It's a school shooting. Like, is there a death count that needs to be hit? to tell the president about it? I mean, school shooting kind of seems like a thing that should come up in the meetings today.
So the students are sharing information about what they heard with loved ones. One grandmother we spoke to says she was able to communicate with someone at the school via cell phone to make sure that loved one was okay. So we know right now that at least one person has been shot and is being treated at Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center in the area. And the sheriff says there are other casualties, though the exact number and conditions are not known yet.
And what I saw yesterday afternoon was 2 students, 2 teachers. And that they do have the guy. We'll get to that in just a little bit. There were some other news.
I think Sheriff Judge Smith is at that inflection point where they have some information. It's going to be disturbing information, but they also have a lot of leads that are literally up in the air. What did he say? Suspect is in custody, very active, ever developing. That means they've got a suspect. I am told from law enforcement sources there, based on my question, was it a student at the school? I was said, all we can tell you is it is a student-aged person. They couldn't confirm whether they went to the school. But that means getting that person's pedigree, name, address, background. Are they a student?
Well, it's just the countdown. Like, that's what sucks about these school shootings now is that you can predict them and you don't want to be right. But it's almost like as soon as the school shooting is reported, you're like, all right, let's start the countdown as to when they say this person was known to law enforcement. What's the point of the FBI? I know what their stated mission is. I get that. But, like, what's the fucking point? They can't keep a presidential candidate safe. They can't catch a school shooter before he kills a bunch of people, even though they knew it was coming. What exactly do they do? Can local and state police not handle investigations? Let's do that. Fuck the FBI. Honestly, fuck the FBI. Get rid of them. I don't want an FBI. The FBI has done more to violate people's civil rights. I mean, look. Local and state police can violate people's civil rights just as easily, if not more easily. We don't need to add more bureaucracy layers onto fucking with the people. IRS, FBI, all of it can go. When was the FBI founded? 1908. That means this country went through 132 years of having no. We've had no FBI longer than we've had an FBI. I think we were fine before that. I think we were okay before the FBI came around. And I think we'll be okay after they're gone. FBI annual budget. How much am I saving us? I'm saving you $10 billion a year by getting rid of the FBI. Let's just cut checks to everybody. $10 billion, $275 million. There we go. Divided by, let's say, how many adults? 180 million? Divided by, we'll all get a $57 check every year. How's that? $57 every year, you can get almost a tank of gas. Once a year, we'll get a tank of gas from getting rid of the FBI. All right. What does the IRS get every year? IRS annual budget, $12.3 billion. How about a $60 check every year? All of a sudden, it's adding up. $117 a year. Getting rid of those 2 things. All right. CIA annual budget. $3 billion. Not as much. That sucks ass. So we're not going to get a lot of money out of them. Maybe $20 a piece. What else are we getting rid of? Department of Education annual budget. Let's take a look-see. I love how AI search is not available. $224 billion. All right. How much we getting for that one? $224 billion divided by 180 million. Hey, how about a $1,200? I got you guys almost up to $1,500 a year getting rid of these fucking people. It's not bad, right? Not bad. But it's every fucking time the FBI knows, didn't do anything. FBI knew about the Trump shooter. In fact, there was a guy who was at the Trump shooter's house multiple times and then went back to an FBI field office. We don't know if he's an FBI guy, but we knew he spent a lot of time at FBI field offices. Can we get rid of them, please? Can we just be done? No more FBI. We're done. 191 Redbird with $5 says allegedly the same FBI phone as the last few school shootings was within 1,000 feet of this shooter's house 11 times. That's happening too often. It's fucking creepy. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. JB Gunner TV with $1 says school started in August here in North Georgia. They've been in school over a month. Well, okay. At least they didn't break any records. I guess that's a plus. They're saying this. Yeah, the citizens knew about the Trump shooter, for Christ's sake. We can get rid of the FBI. I'm done with the FBI. No more FBI. They know about everything. They never stop shit. They've only been around since 1908. They had a good run. $5 from Approachable says the real shit kicker is the governor passed a law to get the teachers carry trained and $1,000 per teacher to do this about 3 years ago. The superintendent of this school said, no, we don't need this right-wing shit. Bet he feels like a retard. That's too bad. That's too bad. That really sucks. That, people just don't, they let their politics get in the way of what's best for their job. That really sucks. Honky says the FBI is shit. We need a Gestapo. Whoa. We're going. No, guys, we can't. You're going too far the other way. Like, this is how we get the. King Kong Dong says the PayPal is me, not approachable. Fuck that up. I'm sorry. Thank you, buddy. We're an even hundo away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. So the White House then had a press briefing about this school shooting in Georgia. We'll get to the infuriating FBI part.
As the president has said time and time again.
Hey, wait. 1 minute and 25-second clip. This is just hours after the bodies were killed. Do you think that the White House will take this opportunity in the middle of mourning a tragedy of children and teachers being shot in school? Do you think they'll use this as a chance to go after AR-15s, guns in general, and Second Amendment rights? I'm going to guess that they will.
This is not normal. This is not normal.
It kind of is, though. Anybody else kind of feel like this is normal? We're a lot colder to this shit than we were, say, 25 years ago. I would say it's pretty normal.
Students and teachers deserve to know that their schools are safe. They should.
I agree. People with guns providing security in those schools would be nice, especially if the FBI could give us a heads up. If the FBI would go, hey, there's this guy on our radar. It looks like he might cause some trouble in your neighborhood. Maybe you guys should have some packing guards. Maybe you guys should have some cops. Maybe you should let your teachers carry for a little while. We're going to look into this guy. Nope. FBI just sits there and stares at him and goes, well, maybe he'll do something and we can use it to take people's guns away.
Should focus on learning, not lockdowns. While the president and vice president have taken historic action to reduce...
Well, children should be focused on learning and not lockdowns. I agree. Unless there's a terrible outbreak of the sniffles. Remember, if there's a terrible outbreak of the sniffles, we should be locking everybody down. We can't go to school. What if kids get the sniffles? That never happened before. Then we got to have lockdowns over learning. These people act like we don't remember they were in charge during most of this fucking horseshit. And that this is the side that wanted to lock down schools. Look, Trump's no angel either. Trump's not perfect. Trump listened to those people when he should have fired them. He fucked up too. But these are the people who endorsed the idea of shutting all this shit down and not letting your kids go to school and watching kids fall behind the learning curve. And now they want to sit here and go, we should focus on learning, not lockdowns. Yeah, you know what? I wish you had that attitude 4 years ago.
Gun violence. More must be done to keep our schools and communities safe. We continue to call on Congress to do something. To do something.
Shut the fuck up. What does that mean? Do something. You don't want them to do something. You want them to do something that you've agreed with long before school shootings were even a thing. This is something that you guys have wanted since the 1980s at least. So don't sit here and act like you care about the fucking children. It's just like climate change. Every answer you have to all these tragedies or every answer you have to all these crises is shit you wanted to do before the crises even existed. So don't act like you're doing this to respond to bad, terrible, nasty, evil things. You're doing this because you want to do it.
We need universal background checks. We need to ban assault weapons.
Ban assault weapons. We tried that. We tried that. Do you know what impact it had on the crime rate? None. Do you know what happened after the assault ban ended? Crime started dropping dramatically. Does that have anything to do with an assault weapons ban? Nope, it has nothing to do with it. Almost like an assault weapon ban has no impact on crime because the overwhelming majority of gun crime is committed by handguns. It's not committed by rifles. Rifles account for a very small percentage, a few hundred every year of the gun deaths in this country. But if you start proposing handgun bans, people are going to lose their mind and never vote for you. So you'll never propose that. If you were really worried about what the real problem was with gun murders in this country, which you're fucking not, I call your bluff and call for a handgun ban. If bans are what saves lives, if bans are what stops the people from getting shot and killed, then you need to propose a handgun ban immediately. Don't need a handgun to go hunting. You need a rifle or a shotgun. So go ahead. Call for that because if you want to save little Bobby and Susie, banning long guns ain't going to get it done, girl. It's not going to get it done. You're going to need to ban those. 10,000 people a year dead from handguns? If banning guns fixes it, you better call for that. Why won't you call for that? Oh, that's right, because people will rise up against you and not vote for you. Fuck you people. Honestly, they're fucking evil. They're goblins. They're fucking goblins. To be able to just go on TV and act like you give a shit like that when you don't fucking care at all, it's gross. It's hard to watch these fucking monsters. Just go up there and be a cog in a fucking machine that just churns on no matter how much blood lubricates the joints. 2 kids dead, 2 teachers dead. What should we do? Let's do the thing we've always wanted to do. Okay, so fuck everybody. God, I hate these people. I'm not saying, like, Trump's going to be just as callous about other shit that's not this. But this one's gross because there's 2 dead kids and 2 dead teachers, and you're already stepping over the gooey bodies to talk about the agenda you want to pursue because of it. That will have no impact. That will not help anybody because most of these school shooters don't legally possess the firearms they used anyway. God damn. And then how are you going to break it to the American people that the only way to enforce this ban is you're going to go door to door and try to take their guns? We haven't gotten to that part yet, have we? You were kind of hoping that we just wouldn't ask. Oh, assault weapons ban. Okay, well, there's a shitload of assault weapons out there. What you classify as assault weapons. It's another bullshit term that they made up. But okay, there's a shitload of assault weapons out there now. As long as they're still out there, it doesn't matter if you make selling new ones illegal. You still got all these guns out there. What are you going to do with those? I know what you want to do with those, but you don't want to say it, do you? Because it rhymes with conschmonchification.
And high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law.
Great! So now every husband and wife or every boyfriend and girlfriend who ever have a fight and the boyfriend or girlfriend goes fucking apeshit and wants to fuck the other person over can now just report them to the red flag database and then they're in there forever. Wow, that'll be great. That doesn't violate people's civil rights at all. No. And what's the point of your fucking red flag registry? Every time you guys see a red flag, you let it kill kids and teachers. Every time you guys see a red flag, you let it shoot at a presidential candidate. What the fuck good is a red flag list going to do when you people don't notice them, when your guys are colorblind?
Enough is enough. And I cannot say this
Enough?
enough, which is enough is enough.
Say enough again.
We cannot allow this to happen in our communities. We cannot allow this to happen in our schools.
Then tell your FBI to do their fucking job that the taxpayers pay them for. It's a $60 check every year you're costing each one of us. 130 if we only count people who contribute to the tax base and pay in more than they get back. And maybe we each get about, $150. But how about you talk to your FBI? Like, if you guys would do your fucking jobs, this shit wouldn't happen.
So we have to do everything that we can to keep our children safe.
Yes.
To keep the people who are supposed to protect our children, where our children, who are they supposed to learn from, safe. And enough is enough. Congress needs to act.
To do what? To do what? Because the thing you're talking about doesn't stop school shootings. The thing you're about just gets something done that you guys have always wanted to get done. Sorry. It's pursuing your own agenda. Rhode Island Red, thank you for the $1.99, even though you seem to be like a completely awful person. I do appreciate you giving us $2. I'm conflicted taking it because you seem really shitty. JB Gunner TV with $1. Oh, we got that one. Thank you, buddy. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, Aaron, we are that stupid to remember they were in charge, so you're wrong on that. Yeah, you're probably right. We probably are dumb enough. But that's been my take for a long time, is we do kind of deserve all this. We let it happen. Zenman Build says, now we know who is writing Kamala's speeches, right? Enough is enough. We have had enough. And, we need to say enough because enough has become enough. Yeah, Dive Bar says there's no such thing as an assault rifle. Yeah, that's another politically made up phrase to just get people into an uproar. I wish people got as mad at the FBI for missing these fucking people as they do about the term assault rifle. Because one of these things is real. If they were supposed to protect, where's the accountability, says Atomic Ray. I 100% agree with that, too. 100% agree with that, too. The FBI never gets held accountable. They always just, it's the Jesse Pinkman thing. They can't keep getting away with it. And they do. They do keep getting away with it. We got a few more clips here. No, that was the last clip. But then the Georgia Bureau of Investigation revealed the suspect is a 14-year-old boy. The suspect will be tried for murder as an adult, which, good. The shooter reportedly called the school and said there would be shootings at 5 schools. So this kid called the school. Received a phone call this morning warning that there would be shootings at 5 schools and that Appalachia would be first. And your answer to this is gun control? Why didn't these fucking people lock down their school? Why weren't the kids sent home immediately? Well, we can't do that because then whenever there's a threat, we'd have to lock down. Better safe than sorry. So if people get the sniffles, you can learn from home. You can remote learn if people get this fucking sniffles that only kills 90-year-olds and obese people. Sorry, Pat. But you can't lock down and remote learn. If somebody threatens to murder a bunch of kids, you know what the difference between COVID and a school shooter is? A school shooter actually kills children. The difference between COVID and a school shooter is that a school shooter is actually dangerous for kids. But you had no problem shutting their schools down, making them learn from an iPad. But when someone calls in and says, I'm going to murder people, literally calls it in, you can't send everyone home. Fuck you. Well, we just get so many of these threats. Then deal with the people making them. Instead of going, well, they were previously known to law enforcement. We knew about them. Oh, fucking good. Good. It's not nice to blame the schools or to blame but blame needs to be placed at somebody's feet. These people can be stopped every single fucking time, and we don't. Wild Saffron says the FBI does its job. They protect the PDF files running the government. Fair. Landers says 100% they allowed it to happen. The person who received the phone call that the shooting was coming should be hanged. How you get a phone call that says I'm shooting up 5 schools and this one is the first, and you don't shut down that school immediately, lock all the doors, nobody in, nobody out, until we get the buses here, and even then, we have armed police at that one door that we're letting the kids out of, and it's to go to the buses so they can go home. And then a police officer on each bus. Fuck, these people are incompetent. The people at the school, the people at the police force, the people at the FBI. I shouldn't really say it was the FBI that was aware of the kid, not the local police. Schools got a warning and did nothing. FBI was aware of the kid and did nothing. Minutes after the shooting, the White House is calling for gun confiscation. It's almost like they let these things happen. I'm sorry, but what am I supposed to believe? They probably do. What choice do they leave me? Nobody is this incompetent for years and years, over and over and over. We carried our shotguns in our cars during hunting season because once the bell rung, we were out in the woods. No school shootings, says McBuster. Sam Show says, just stick to remote learning, period. Why not? Well, I don't think it helps the, making friends and shit. Yeah, Mick Luck says that call is a red flag. Yeah, we need red flag laws. We need a database, a red flag database. How about we create a red flag database of how many red flags the government missed in these school shootings? Kevin Soundboard says, I can't stand the school system. They will sacrifice children to prove a point about guns. Makes me sick every time I send my kid in. Yeah, Landers, just like Uvalde, the cops and adults who did nothing will walk free. Remember, they sat outside that schoolroom when they could have got the guy? And how about the Florida guy who retired? He got his full pension, the whole deal. And he sat there outside a door where he could have gone in and tried to confront the shooter. Let's continue on here. A lot of people in the chat moving quick here. Sam Show says they encourage your kids to chop their dicks off. They teach them nothing useful, and they can't protect them. Let's just keep giving them direct access to our kids. It's going so well. Ooh, what's this? McBuster says Melty File is too weak to show his face in chat after all the QE Farms lambasting the last 48 hours. He's texting in chat. Oh, well, that's only going to get worse. I mean, the stuff about him and the stuff he said about the sexualization of kids, people are on to him now. They've caught on to him, and that's... You can still associate with him. You can still be a fan. Like, you hate me so much. I mean, look at the power I have over you. You hate me so much that you'll take a guy who definitely has problems regarding the way he talks about sexualizing children just because you hate me. If that's not me owning your brain, I don't know what is. Biko Cat says, same here, McBuster. Rifle and shotguns and gun racks in the trucks. No one thought to shoot up the school. Oh, Kevin Soundboard says, fuck, I'm right. Well, take it easy, Kevin Soundboard, on that one. That's a little extreme. But I guess, is it? Is it extreme? They keep fucking up and costing kids their lives and teachers their lives. I mean, why isn't that school being held responsible? I hate that. I hate that we don't hold the schools responsible because it's inconvenient. It's, it seems mean. It doesn't seem nice. Well, now's the time to call this shit out. Now's the time to call the shit out, is after it just happened. Why didn't you lock down the schools? Why didn't you shut this shit down? You literally got a phone call from the person who was going to do it, telling you they were going to do it. The Grand Poobah with $10 over on YouTube says, here's one for you. Minnesota has a huge budget surplus. Did any of it go to securing schools? No, not a dime. But we did get tampon dispensers in the boys' bathroom, so good job, Walls. Oh, didn't he just do a bang-up job? Wasn't he just incredible? Thank you guys for the contributions today. You're only 95 away from knocking out today. I appreciate that. 95 bucks away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Hey, guys, what do you say we pool together and knock that out and call it a successful week for the old toe? Wild Saffron says Melty is on the Kiwi Farms exposed list. It's only just begun. Yeah. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. So that's pretty much all we know about the shooting. 4 dead, 30 injured. We probably shouldn't forget about that part. 4 dead, 30 injured. Again, known to law enforcement. That phrase we always hear. Known to law enforcement. Known to the FBI. And what do? Nothing. And what do we get to do to them for fucking this up? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Thank you, Grand Poobah, for the $10. Yeah, the FBI in Atlanta said they have known about the 14-year-old school shooter in Georgia since 2023. Why worry? Just a reminder that the FBI allows shootings to take place as a way to help the Democratic Party push for gun control in election years. And you can say that that's a terrible thing to say. You can say that that's, awful and terrible, and you can say that that's inappropriate to say, but like, what are you supposed to believe after this happens? Time and time and time again. What more can you, oh, it's terrible for you to accuse anybody of using the death of children or to allow the death of children to forward a political agenda. I don't have any other way to explain away this gross incompetence by federal law enforcement other than they want it to happen so their buddies in the government can try and get their way on guns. I don't know what else it can be at this point. People are also bringing up anti-psych meds. I don't think it helps. I really don't. You guys ready to watch the most cringe thing you've seen in 2024? No, we're not going to bring up Melton's stream because that's really just me, and all his fans are Steel Toe fans. I mean, I appreciate that. So we've got what? Between Rumble and YouTube, almost 1,000, and then he's probably got 500 or 600. So we got about 1,500 people checking out Steel Toe today. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're the most interesting thing out there. Do you want to watch... It's a video called Give Me Hope Kamala or Give Me Hope Kamala. The people in the UK showing how big our elections are for the rest of the world. So a group of people from the UK decided to sing a song called Gimme Hope Kamala. They're the Marsh family from the UK, and you guys are going to love this part. Not only do the Marsh family do a 4.5-minute Kamala Harris dick-sucking song, but you guys, it's a parody song. And outside of Weird Al Yankovic and Remy, everybody does great parody songs. Aren't they all awesome? They all fit so well. They all make so much sense, and they're all so funny. You guys want to watch this Marsh fan, and I know what a lot of you are thinking. Aaron, you hate us. Aaron, you're disgusted by us. Aaron, why would you put us through this? Aaron, you're a giant fucking piece of shit. Aaron, you really should be put in the stocks and let us throw tomatoes at you. Aaron, I wish you were beheaded. I understand all of these thoughts and emotions that you're having, but I'm only playing this because I think we'll get a good laugh out of it. This ain't hate teaching. This is love teaching. Let's go ahead and watch this. A UK family making a song called Gimme Hope Kamala. Now, I understand voting for Kamala Harris because you hate Donald Trump. That I get. But voting for Kamala Harris because you actually like her and think she'll be a great leader, that should be studied. That your brain should be harvested and analyzed for you actually thinking that she's a good idea. Again, if you think Trump's the fucking devil, he's the worst guy in the world, We can't have Trump. Fuck him. We got to pick anybody else. Okay. Understandable. You don't like the guy. Cool. But anyone who goes, oh man, even if I had the choice between her and everybody else, I'd pick Kamala Harris. She's my favorite. I don't believe you unless we can analyze your brain and I find out you're fucking retarded. I cannot believe that you find this woman. You'd follow Kamala Harris. I wouldn't follow Kamala Harris into the front door of my own home. And people are like, she should lead the country. Again, the only way I'm allowing you to vote for Kamala Harris and giving it any legitimacy is because you can admit you hate Donald Trump that much. Fine. But Give Me Hope Kamala is a cover of Eddie Grant's Gimme Hope Joe. Oh boy, this is going to be great. Well, guys, you want to watch a parody song together? Oh, so this little girl played the violin. This little girl, Ella, played the cornet. There's a instrument called the cornet. What does the cornet do? When you play it, does it go, look here, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck if you vote for Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck if you vote for Kamala Harris, motherfucker. All you got to realize is that Shawn Michaels was a fucking idiot back in Montreal. And Bret Hart was a fucking idiot when it came to Montreal. And everybody loved Bret. And, Shawn's a fucking asshole, but he's our asshole, and he's staying. So you got to do the fucking honors. And you got to drop the fucking belt. And Bret's being so goddamn fucking childish that nobody can understand what the fuck he's talking about. And I'm going to go to Wendy's and get a fucking triple cheeseburger, motherfucker. That would be an awesome instrument if you blew into it and Jim Cornette's voice came out. That's what it should be. Vote for Kamala Harris, motherfucker. I'm Aaron Imholt's father. A little worked up about his life decisions recently. Thanks, James. Also, I do want to give a disclaimer. Patrick Melton should probably shut this off right now. I don't need him messing up his keyboard because there's two underage girls here. Alfie played the bass and keys. Alfie. Fuck. Maybe instead of singing Gimme Hope Kamala, you Brits should be a little more worried in taking your fucking culture back because you are fucked over there. Like you're losing one of the most long-standing cultures in Western history, and you don't seem to really give a fuck about it because Alfie's on the bass and keys sucking Kamala Harris's clit. Tom played the drums.
When old Donald used to run the country, the subdivision tried to build a wall.
Tried, yeah. I mean, that's the sad part. I agree with this kid. If he would have succeeded, that would have been nice.
He made a few of his people wealthy. Oh.
Who? He made a few of his people wealthy. Do you really want to? God, I get frustrated because we deserve it. That's the problem. We fucking deserve it. Do we want to talk about Burisma? No, we don't want to, because I'm sure if you brought it up to the fucking Marsh family, I'm sure they would go, we don't know what the fuck that is. I bet you don't. I believe you that you don't know what Burisma is. So Donald made a few of his people wealthy. How? By cutting taxes? Yeah, we all liked that. We were happy that happened. Made a few of his people wealthy. So what? As long as you're Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and Joe's siblings and stuff like that, as long as you just pocket the money directly, it's okay. Made a few of his people wealthy. Joe Biden was a fucking gift basket to the military-industrial complex. To the empire. We're not going to talk about that. No, Donald Trump made a few of his people wealthy. Even though you can't name me who these people are. You can't tell me how he made them wealthy. And if you could be honest about how he made them wealthy, you'd say they got wealthy because we cut taxes and let them keep more of their own money. That's a little different than we took bribes from foreign countries and then, put money in our own pocket and then took taxpayer money and flooded it into their country. It's a little different, isn't it? Fuck these people. God, they probably believe this shit. Donald Trump, he's so division, tried to build a wall. Yeah, it's not like he built a wall between Iowa and fucking Kansas. He wanted to build a wall between the United States and Mexico where there was a huge immigration problem, and we are two different countries. So saying he sowed division, yeah, he wanted to put a divider up between two countries that share a border. What an asshole.
He made a few of his people wealthy. Oh, he don't care about the rest at all.
No, he didn't give a shit. You know, the billionaire who could have just sat on his fat fucking ass the rest of his life decided to take a job that pays a whopping $400,000 a year that he didn't collect, by the way, because he thought he had a better vision for the country he lives in. Kamala Harris going to do that? Kamala Harris going to forego the salary and just do it because she cares about the country? By golly, gall darn it. Did Joe Biden do that? Joe Biden didn't need the money. He had Burisma money. He had insider trading money from being in the Senate since 1902. He didn't need the money. None of these guys need the money. He didn't care about the rest of it. Fuck. Just this coming from a bunch of people who probably cheerlead their fucking government while they allow their country to be R-worded from the inside. I'm sorry. And also, these wide-eyed kids who are just singing this shit that this crazy fucking mom of theirs put in their head, this is weird too.
He's got convictions, he did the nasty.
You have 5 children. He did the nasty? You have 5 fucking fuck tokens that you were taking dick. Stop. He came on a porn star's tits. Everybody fucking relax. And then he tried to pay the bitch to keep her mouth shut, and he fucking ratted anyway.
And undermine the Constitution.
Ah, God, you know what? That's more offensive than anything. Is the elongating of syllables to fit the song. Write a better parody. Take an extra 10 minutes. Write the fucking song properly. Undermine the Constitution. There is no Constitution. I know that you guys are Brits and we beat the shit out of you for that Constitution, so you maybe don't know how to pronounce it. Or maybe it's a bangers and mash kind of a thing. But there's no such, we don't have a Constitution. We barely have a Constitution anymore, really. But another topic for another day. Fuck.
Did the nasty and undermine the Constitution.
He's an oppressor of civil liberties.
What? Please elaborate. Please elaborate. How? Fucking how? Oh, you know what? He probably uses like the FBI to prosecute the people who might run against. Oh, wait, no, that's Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? He probably makes it okay for the government to read your emails and all that. Oh, wait, no, that was George W. Bush. I'm sorry. You know what he probably does? He probably bombs people, American citizens in foreign countries without any charges or any arrest. Oh, wait, that was Barack Obama. Okay, sorry, I forget. You know what he probably does? He probably frames a dad who wanted to go live up in the mountains. He probably entrapped the dad into sawing off shotguns and then murdered his family members when he didn't want to come down from the mountains to face the government who fucked him over. Oh, wait, that would be, was that Clinton or Bush, Ruby Ridge? I believe that was the beginning days of the Clinton administration. He probably wanted to have like some weird religious cult in some property he owned and just be left the fuck alone. And the government probably came in and set his house on fire and killed a bunch of women and children. Oh, wait, that was Bill Clinton. Right. Those civil liberties don't count because those people were crazy, right? And they had guns. Ooh. Well, then, yeah, we should burn their house down and kill their families. That's the way to handle it. Ugh. I don't want to come off to people who are just watching this show for the first time as a super Trump guy because I'm not that either. But these people on the other sides, Republicans and Democrats, they are so evil. And they are so okay with murder and death as long as it gets them what they want. That Trump, I'm sorry, he looks like a saint compared to them. Let's compare crimes, shall we? Allowing children to be murdered so you can further a gun control agenda. Versus he came on a porn star's tits and paid her to shut up about it. Yeah, you're right. He's the real evil guy. Funnels taxpayer money to pay back a personal payment you got from Ukraine and instigating a war with a nuclear superpower in order to pay back your buddy Zelensky, using American taxpayer dollars while you pocket tens of millions. Versus he tried to build a wall to keep illegal immigrants out of the country and from sucking up the social benefits that your taxpayer dollars provide. Yeah, you're right. He's the way bigger piece of shit. Ugh.
Megalomaniac Republican. Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala.
Oh, wait. Did anyone notice what these bigots, these racists, they should go apologize to a Muslim in the streets of London today. You won't have to walk very far. They called her Kamala. Or no, they called her Kamala. They call her Kamala. That's racist as fuck, dude. We've been told that many times. How is this 4 minutes and 31 seconds? I'll never get through this.
Give me hope, Kamala, for the election. Give me hope, Kamala.
And also, they're doing a very Kamala Harris thing. They're affecting a Jamaican accent. So they're doing a cultural appropriation, changing their voice thing. Okay, great. The Republicans are actually doing an Eddie Grant cover, too. They're actually going to parody Electric Avenue, and but the song title is going to be about who controls banking. We gotta rock down to electrocute the... Whoa, hey, that's enough out of... These fucking Republicans are out of control, and they need to be stopped.
Hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump.
You see, she's safer than him with money.
What? She's safer than him with money. He took a dad who built a fortune of millions of dollars and he turned it into 10 billion. Kamala Harris has given hundreds of billions of dollars to a foreign country to fight a war with another foreign country. Kamala Harris has presided over millions of illegals pouring into this country who will suck the federal teat fucking dry while we run multi-trillion-dollar deficits. And she's safer than Trump with money. That's hilarious.
She'll try to regulate the sale of guns.
All right. It looks like we're just coming up with reasons to hate this fucking person, okay? Try to regulate the sale of guns. Forget the fact that you fucking limeys are the reason we needed them in the first place, but that's okay.
She's bringing measures that offer hope,
not fear, access to healthcare and abortion.
Abortion! That's fucking great! You have 5 children! And you're singing her praises about allowing everyone health care and abortion. Hey, guys, what's one of the benefits Kamala's going to have? She's going to let us have all the abortions. I thought abortion was a bad thing that you only did when it was an emergency and it was going to, destroy your life and it was a terrible thing. And, you don't want to do it, but goddamn, accidents happen. I'm having a hard time not believing that if you're a progressive in America that you don't belong to a death cult. I'm having a hard time believing you don't live in a death-worshiping cult if you're a progressive Democrat in this country or in the UK or anywhere else. Access to health care and abortion, because remember, it was a constitution and abortion. A woman who squirted 5 kids out of her box. And these 5 kids who are only alive because their mom didn't abort them are unironically singing about how great it's going to be under Kamala because you'll get to have your abortions. By the way, Kamala can't let you have your abortions. The Supreme Court has ruled that it's a states' rights issue. There is nothing in the Constitution that guarantees you an abortion. Therefore, it is left up to the states. I believe 10th Amendment, anything not specified here or amended later in the Constitution, it's for the states to decide. Nothing in the Constitution about abortion. Thank you very much.
We know there's grief with the neighbors' borders with climate change and immigration.
Immigration. We're back on that too. Immigration. You could just say that. But
Don't want a president of the USA who's dangerous to everyone.
Dangerous to everyone. Anybody know any? Name that war that Trump started. I'd like to know that. Do you remember that war that Trump started? What's that? Could you name them all for me, please? The war that. And can anyone name that war that Trump signed a peace treaty to that he ended? That the next guy, by the way, fucked up the execution of. But can anyone? What was that war that Trump? Oh yeah, our longest war ever. Trump ended it. Okay. And what was that war he started? No, he mafia whacked an Iranian general at an airport in Iraq. That was it. Which I don't know how keen I am on that one, but, you know, it wasn't a new war. What was that new war that Obama started? Oh, yeah. No, not Libya. Not Libya. Not that one. I'm talking about the other one. No. Not Yemen. Not that one. Not Yemen or Libya. Not that one. I'm not, was it Egypt? Egypt. Okay, yeah. Israel. Was it? Okay. That new war that Biden started? Oh, another Israel one? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Russia, Ukraine? Yeah. Bringing us closer to World War III than we've been in decades? Yeah. No, that one. These people are fucking stupid. They just let their blind hatred of a character. You could put Trump's words in somebody else's mouth and they would not hate that person as much as they do Donald Trump.
Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope. Kamala for the election.
Why isn't it an election? I thought the ION was Ian. I hope they got paid. I hope they're like that Harry Sisson kid who fucking spurgs out about Republicans all the time, but he gets like 10 grand per video. I hope this family got paid handsomely to do this shit. Oh, someone, this is what I wish YouTube timed you out for. This rather than Tucker. They go on for another 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes.
Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala. Hope for beating Donald Trump.
All I want, if Trump wins this election, which if it's fair and honest, he will. I want a live feed into their home, and I want to watch them cry, and I want their tears bottled, and I'd like to purchase them.
She's got a father who's from Jamaica.
And we're going to insult his heritage by singing in a horrible accent. This is unacceptable at any age. Instead of age.
He had a mother who was Indian. She wasn't born into fancy money. Oh.
She blew her way all the way to the top. Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Wasn't born into fancy money. Fancy money.
But had a good education.
Education, there it is.
Well, you could vote for a weird fella.
Okay, thank you. Good night. You could vote for a weird felon. Right. But Joe Biden is not in the race anymore. That got fucked up.
Who threatens bloodbaths and civil war.
Right. Oh, the bloodbath thing. Right. Because he said if you take this away from the auto industry, it would be a bloodbath, meaning there would be a lot of money and jobs lost. Yeah, that's exactly what he meant.
But it's a bad move to trust in the wrinkled husk of a Satsuma that went off before. Oh.
Yeah, what? Oh God, this guy's the worst. The mom sucks ass, but this guy's the worst. He's way too into it. By the way, what's a Satsuma? Is that a volcano? Satsuma. Oh, it's an orange. They had to fucking shoehorn an orange joke in there? Ew. Ew, you guys suck. Oh, this guy needs to go. This guy's got to be gone.
Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope, Kamala. election. Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala. Hope for beating Donald Trump.
God damn.
He makes up lies like an angry toddler, seeking attention from the media realm. Oh, he may deny the facts, but like Pizza Max, he's just an 80s tape that's wearing down.
Yeah, he's already gaining on your girl, and he's winning in all the swing states. So, again, can't wait to taste your tears. This is 2016. This doesn't feel like 2020 because 2020 was COVID and all the rigging shit and all that. This feels like 2016 again, where all I want to do is make it very clear that I don't really like this guy. But then I watch all of these fucking nutsos and I go, okay, fuck it. I love him. You're making me. You're pushing me toward him. You're making me like him. Literally, I'm going to cast my vote for him because the other alternative is our country just continues to die. And you're going to make me vote for this guy that I really don't believe in. But I will now believe in him because the opposite of him is you.
He thinks the law is beneath his station. Sexual assault doesn't understand.
What?
We've seen his wife spend her life looking quite uptight in case he dares to try to hold her hand.
Oh, so now his wife hates him because, yeah, let's go after Melania. You guys are good. So families are okay now.
Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope, Kamala, for the election. Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump.
This song would be fine if they sang this song in honor of Kamala, the Ugandan giant, and it was a retrospective of his career and, you know, maybe his time with the Dungeon of Doom and trying to kill Hulkamania and all that stuff. That would be totally fine. I'm not against the song parody, although they're fucking terrible at making it. But it's about Kamala Harris. Dude, it's about Joe Biden's backup quarterback. Honestly, this is like starting a Rick Myerer fan club.
He tries to preach, but he ain't no Jesus.
What?
He's got the moves of a battery hen. Better to keep him on a course where he's handicapped. He's not fomenting insurrection.
Oh, fomenting insurrection, right. Like not having enough police on staff, purposely keeping the guard away, knowing that there was going to be a big protest, and then just allowing people to walk up after they were riled up by feds to just walk into the Capitol building and then stay between the velvet rope lines and just kind of walk them. Right, yeah. The fomenting insurrection, of course. You know what? Enough defending the UK. And enough defending, you know, how their culture's being taken from them and how their country's rotting from the inside. It's very clear that they deserve it. They've done this to themselves. Guys, Britain is lost. It's over.
Like who he calls Camilla. She's Californian and not a man.
She's Californian and not a man. All right, strike one, strike two. What else you got?
But she won't set the country burning or take it back to 1861.
Well, you know, back in 1861, you see the dollar wasn't... Oh. Sorry, I got a little carried away. I apologize. He won't set the country burning. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let a bunch of limey fucks from across the pond tell me how the country was under Donald Trump. It ruled pretty fucking hard, you guys. Oh, wait. Let me stop their argument before they make it. The Navy for white men. No, it's the best economy for black people ever, but that's fine. Sorry, we didn't fill our streets with Muslims and let them take over and have basically their own courts and legal systems. Really apologize for that. Sorry that we make people integrate when they come here. You know, here in St. Cloud, Minnesota, we had a large influx of Somali population about 20, 25 years ago. You know what they do now? Pretty much assimilate. Pretty much become Americans, the ones who have been here for a generation or so. Their kids are becoming rotten little shitbags just like everyone else's kids. It's fucking great. It's just... They're racist, just like the whites.
Oh,
Is this it? Yeah. Well, there you go. Wonderful, huh? How fucking pissed are they going to be? Dude, not only when Donald Trump wins re-election are they going to be upset, they're going to be really mad when Trump Jr. takes over in 2028. Ooh, that's going to be a nasty one. They're not going to like that. Let's continue on. I've got a lot of Rumble rants to get through here. Here we go. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, Aaron, we are that stupid to remember they were in charge, so you're wrong about that. I don't want to be. Coltrane with $1 says, cringe as fuck. So are things like Kid's Guide to Donald Trump. My kids don't know who a politician is outside of Trump because we watched the assassination news, so he was on. Yeah, that's it. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 sends us a news link. Tridiga with Tim Walz dancing. All right, we can check that out. A lot of people sending in links. See, I respect Citizen M's. He goes, Harris sucks as a candidate on paper, but on a personal level, I hate her also. It's just a never Trump vote. There you go. That's it. He just hates Trump. That's fine. There's an honesty in that I respect and appreciate. Zenman Builds with $5. Says, a cornet is a small trumpet. Also, no Americans give an F about the English since 1776. I just wish a cornet was something. I wish it was just Jim Cornette. Guys, we are $90 away from hammering out today. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much for your contributions. You're fantastic. You're wonderful. Finish it off. S'il vous plaît, if you please. Wonderful. Thank you. $90 left in the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc., etc., etc. You know the drill. 90 away from today. $1 from Carlos Cameo. Says, I'd like them more if they started singing Temperature by Sean Paul instead. Well, I mean, obviously, that would be fucking awesome. Little over 900 of you checking out the show at the moment. Wow, thank you very, very much. Like, subscribe, etc. Biko Cat says, thank God it's over. Going up, down, up, down. You guys are going to make me play shitty music. I will fucking do it. I went in yesterday and muted like 3 things. I mean, don't make me. I don't want to do this. You guys force this on me. I don't want to play you shitty music. And then you guys go ahead and go, oh, Aaron, it would be better if they were singing this. It would be better if they were singing that. It would be better. Like, I know what you want. The Heart Crack. Double Down Dreamer. The Homesick. For Grass That's Greener. And a slice of Mama's Peach Pie. Couch Cushion Gas Money. Worker Bee Ain't Getting No Honey. Gunning for the brighter light. Here's to the breakups. That didn't break us. Down wrong turn that takes you. Where? To a little dive bar in Dahlonega. Hear a song from a band that saves you. So this weekend, check this out. This weekend we have a karaoke date. Because we got to get the karaoke in my neighbor's garage where we built the karaoke setup. And my daughter, my oldest, Easy Pat, wants to do karaoke as well. And I've got it. So Friday, while we're in the car, I've got to drill this song for her because we want to learn this one and we want to do it. Because one of my cousins sings this song at the lake when we do karaoke. It's their favorite. And we kind of wanted to learn it. I've been taking it upon myself to do that. Man, it's a hit rock bottom. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Nothing's going right. Making the best of the worst day kind of night. Fuck, that's a good tune. We'll talk about Dahlonega again today. Where's my Dahlonega? We got a couple Dahlonegans. Dahlonites, if you will. 5 commies gave the stream a thumbs down, says Battle Brother Zio. Well, you know, we upset a lot of people. Why don't you 5 more hit the thumbs up. Appreciate it. It would be nice if that family ended up in a dive bar in Georgia. Problem solved. Thank you, dive bar. King Kong Dong says, I can't wait. First Take comes on in 19 minutes. Oh, yeah, at 9 o'clock? Shit, man. Football season. I hate missing First Take during football season. But isn't it on later? I thought it was on later. They replay it. Anonymous says, sounds like one of them Dixie chicks. Oh, wait. The chicks, because Dixie is racist now. That's right. Don't be Lady Antebellum either. It's Lady A, which they stole that from a black lady and made her change her name because, they didn't want to be racist. That is my favorite thing when these white artists try to virtue signal anti-racism. Lady Antebellum was like, it's so bad. It's like the Civil War, so we don't want to be Lady Antebellum anymore. We're Lady A. And then this fat black lady gospel singer's like, I'm actually Lady A. And they're like, shut up, black chick. We just don't want to be racist. Good. King Kong Dong says, replay on later. I like Pat McAfee on at 11. Yeah, I like Pat McAfee too. That's right. I got so many of my... I always think about that, like when school starts and the kids are at school, I'm like, what the fuck am I going to fill my days with after the show? And then I remember, it's football season. February through May kind of sucks, but the Timberwolves are good now, so I guess there's that. February through May is kind of shitty, but that fall and winter, man, that's all right. You got football to replace. Football replaces your children while they're in school. I'm about to chop my dick off and come at you with my stub, says Sam Show. Well, I suppose I have to get ready for that, right? I understand. What do we have here? Oh, boy. The Minnesota State Patrol debuted their new logo at the State Fair. Let me guess, the old logo was racist. John Jamingo says, hey, Aaron, why can't I share your YouTube shows anymore? What did you do? Nothing. Did YouTube do something? We got taken off for a little bit today. Did something? Uh-oh. Don't you scare me like that, John Jamingo. I don't like that. 900 of you checking out the show. Throw us a like. Throw us a subscribe. We appreciate it. All right, let's find out why the State Patrol changed their logo. I'm guessing bigotry. By the way, what was it? $90 away from today's goal. Let's finish that up. Call it a win. Call it a victory today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's do it all, man. I appreciate your generosity. You guys knocked out yesterday's goal right away. You knocked out the evening show goal during the morning show, and you knocked out half of this goal right there. What? Last night? Appreciate it, man. Boomer Bob Show says John Jamingo should be your other Johnny. I can't afford another Johnny. I'm running this thing on a motherfucking shoestring as it is, and I don't know if you heard, I got shit to pay for. I mean, I got to do what I can to help myself. Let me wet my beak, as it were. John Jamingo says yesterday's show wasn't shareable. Go click on the episode, copy the link, share it. Perfect. All right, I'm stalling. Let's find out why we changed our logo.
It's Minnesota State Patrol Day at the north end of the fairgrounds. Today, they unveiled their new logo months after the new state flag and seal debuted in the state.
Oh, yeah, there it is. You got a farmer's doing his plowing, and then you got a Native American riding around, looking at him suspiciously like he might be starting some shit. I mean, people wanted that changed because it was so racist, but you do know at the time our state was founded, that picture was a documentary. It does kind of honor the old history of Minnesota. You do know that Minnesota is one of the sites, I think is the site of the largest Native American massacre of all time. And then I think also the site of the largest federal execution ever, because Lincoln had a bunch of people hanged for it, didn't he? You know what? I got to look that up. That was the Dakota thing, right? Representative Dean Erdahl, friend of mine, Representative Erdahl would be so disappointed in me for not knowing this. Dakota War, Minnesota massacre. Lasted just 6 weeks. U.S. Dakota War of 1862. Trying to drive all the settlers out of Minnesota. Stories and history books told about the Great Minnesota Massacre, but for many years, the Indian side of the story was ignored. Well, that's kind of normal. Lincoln expanded the criteria to include those who had participated in massacres of civilians. Here we go. The trials of the Dakota were conducted on, it was of the Dakota, of the Native Americans. Okay. Conducted unfairly in a variety of ways. The evidence was sparse. The tribunal was biased. Well, I mean, okay, let's talk about that for a second. I might get the channel taken down again. What tribunal after a war isn't bias against the other side? Do you really, are we going to sit here and pretend the Nuremberg trials were fair? They were as fair as they could be, but it's not like the verdicts weren't already known what they would be. And nobody thought that, Yodel was going to talk about a Brady violation and get to fucking walk on a technicality. Yodel wasn't going anywhere. Goering wasn't going anywhere. None of these guys were just going to be let out, like the big names. Even Rudolf Hess, who was fucking in a cage in the UK from 1942 on, they convicted him even. He wasn't even there for the worst of it. And also, the bias of the Nuremberg court. If you could launch a fucking rocket into space, we dusted you off and said, oh, no, you look good in red, white, and blue. You're good, Werner. Come on, run NASA. He was a fucking Nazi who was responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of British people. Werner von Braun was a fucking war criminal. And we made him head of NASA, and he ended up getting us to the moon. Werner did a good job. Really, technically, everything Werner did, he did it with gusto. Werner von Braun gave his all in every endeavor he embarked in, whether it was developing rockets that would murder British civilians or trying to get us to the moon. Werner gave all, really. He got to fight the commies longer. So basically, the Dakota start a war with us. And they're like, we're going to drive the settlers out. And we're going to fucking kill these civilians. We're going to scare the shit out of them. Basically, terrorize them until they leave. So then after the conflict, the federal government here in Minnesota, President Lincoln, responsible, 392 prisoners were tried for crimes against civilians. 303 were sentenced to death, and 16 were given prison terms. We hanged 303 Native Americans here in Minnesota because we accused them of, killing civilians. And again, it's not like they got a fair trial. Just like the Nazis really didn't get a fair trial either, but who would expect them to? They were the Nazis. Landers says Nuremberg was a sham trial. 100 plus Nazi scientists walked free and became Americans. Right. Exactly. $90 away from today's goal. All right. I'm sorry. So I don't know how we got on the Dakota War, but all right. We got a new logo for the Minnesota State Patrol, and because the other one was racist.
Seal on the left represented the patrol for 5 decades. The new logo is pictured to the right. Brittany Ehrman shows us where you can see the new design on police cars and fresh uniforms. Also, the big price tag that comes with the change.
Of course, because in order to virtue signal nowadays, in order to show that we're so good and just so not racist and everything else, you got to spend billions of dollars.
Well, this is what the old logo looks like, but the Minnesota State Patrol just rolled out a new one, and they tell me it will be a costly change and it won't happen overnight.
Thanks for stopping by.
Well, that is fucking shameful because the good people of the Native American communities deserve better than a slow rollout.
Taking a break from the fried favorites.
Jon Stewart told me when I was a kid that the word casino was Indian for, I guess this makes up for everything. And yet here we are changing our flags.
Minnesotans can get an inside look at the State Patrol.
Just sitting in the squad car and pressing all the buttons.
Oh, yeah, it's funny when you do it. When you go and sit in the squad car, fucking hilarious. Ha ha. That's what I should have done. When I was at the state fair on Sunday, I should have sat in a squad car. Just be like, you have no idea how close you are right now.
3.
They fucking close the door and take off. I'm like, fuck, I knew it.
There you go. These patrol cars are wide open for people to catch a glimpse, but what's on them, a change Minnesotans haven't seen before.
A new gay symbol.
It's cool. I don't remember what the old one looked like, so I
Right.
don't know.
So, yeah, let's take a shitload of taxpayer money and let's make a change that nobody even fucking notices because nobody knew what the old logo looked like. And I'll tell you why they don't know what the old logo looked like. Because every time you see one of those cars here in Minnesota, all you're doing is trying to stay out of its view. You're just trying to stay out of its way and just kind of dodge it and get away from it.
Don't notice a difference.
Fairgoers are getting a first look at the State Patrol's new logo.
It's very representative of the state, you know. It's got all the right colors, the right design.
The agency
It's
put
lame
a team
as
together
fuck.
and designed it themselves.
It's got some trees and a river. It fucking stinks. That picture could be anything. That looks like the Willamette Valley at the end of Oregon Trail. It looks like shit.
We looked at it as an opportunity for us to really build our own identity.
The old logo had the previous state seal front and center.
Look, there's a Did you find it a touch tasteless to see the crack in the Indian's bottom? So you got a naked Indian who clearly lost his nipples in the Dakota War. That was something Lincoln did to him for killing civilians. They ripped off his nipples. Now you see the wounds have healed. And then there's a farmer. And, people say that this is racist against Native Americans. But if you think about it, the Native Americans being a fucking dick. Because this farmer just plowed his field. And now this Native American is just taking his horse right through his freshly plowed field while this guy's trying to feed his family. This Indian's being a cunt. And then he's giving him a fuck with me stare. And the farmer's just like, bro, I'm just trying to grow some food. That's it. I believe you people call it maize. Is what I was trying to grow. And now you're just trampling all through my field. That Indian's being a dick.
And center. In the new look, Norway pines line the Mississippi River that flows through the design with a North Star front and center.
It's a 4-pointed star that we took from the Minnesota State Seal.
But the change is not a cheap
I prefer a 6-pointed star to honor the people that bitched enough to make us change it.
one. State Patrol officials say it will cost at least $4 million to replace everything with the new look. From
Yay.
the uniform patches and badges to squad cars and office supplies.
That's okay. $4 million is fine. I mean, it's not like our roads and bridges and shit like that could have used that $4 million in some way. That would have been fine. Just take that money and spend it on fucking cop cars. It's good. Sam Show says your patrol cars look weird. There's a lot about this state that's just fucking weird. Be honest with you. Sam Show says he's making the put me on a reservation rich with booze so I'll never leave because I'm too drunk to walk face. Oh, okay. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says you gave up the glory of the land and heritage for Lucifer the Morning Star. Solid play, Minnesota. Somebody says $4 million, just take it out of the surplus. Oh, wait, that's gone already. Oh, yeah. Did you know that Minnesota had a state surplus of $17 billion last year? And you know what we did with it? We wasted it. And I think we gave, what did we get? Like, I have 3 kids. I think I got like $700. Isn't that fucking great? Isn't that awesome? That's cool, right? Fucking bullshit. It really is. Anonymous says, why is Minnesota so blue in politics? Is it the trickle-down effect from Canada? No, it's the concentration of the metro areas, Minneapolis and St. Paul. A lot of people dependent on the government, a lot of people very, progressive and free and all that shit. So they vote blue. Most of the country geographically is Republican, but all the population centers are Democrat. Here in good old Minnesota. I need to fire off a text real quick because hold on. Have you? Just have to see if I didn't know if SP left or not yet. Usually she says fare thee well before she takes off. Somebody sent this in and said this what was it? This is me dancing to country music. It's okay.
This ain't Texas.
I'm not getting this fucking oh wait, this is Tim Wall's line dancing. No, this isn't him. It looks just like him, though. I don't want to fucking edit out the Beyonce song today, though. I got no problem editing out Dive Bar and Dahlonega. But I don't want to edit out Beyonce. Here, I'll play the video for you, but not the song. That guy really does look like Tim Walz. Holy shit. I need that to be Tim Walz. Please let that. I wish that were him. Can we just all agree as a country that that's him and just put that on the news as it being him? That's what people do anyway. They send bad information to the news so they can do hit pieces that make you look good. That's what they do anyway, right? So we can just do that shit with Tim Walz. If you're a chicken shit, you can do that for sure. Albuquerque Police Department under fire over social media again. Okay, I don't know how much you guys know about the Albuquerque Sheriff's Department, but they've been doing this shit on social media, it seems like for years now. Coltrane says, LOL, he's a Mo, so it's believable. So was the guy dancing. But the Albuquerque Police Department has done this thing where they just cock off on social media and say all kinds of politically incorrect shit. And then they go to the sheriff of Albuquerque and they're like, hey, what's the deal with this? And he's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. Who gives a shit? Like he has a nonchalant attitude about the whole thing. So then people keep complaining about the Albuquerque Twitter account and the shit they get into on social media. And they're a great example of what happens when you just go, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm not deleting anything. I'm not taking anything down. Like what they can't do to you if you just go fuck yourself. It's actually a great example of it. Dive Bar says, thanks for getting that fucking Kamala song stuck in my head. Do you want me to play Dive Bar and Dahlonega again? I can try to get it out of there for you if you'd like. By the way, guys, $90 away from today's goal. We seem to have stalled out quite a bit, but we're under 100 by 9 o'clock, which is where we like to be. Finish it up. We're almost done for the week. I appreciate your contributions. Let's make it PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. I think PayPal's light today. YouTube and Rumble have been heavy. We appreciate that. Everybody go ahead and chip in now. We'll get that 90 taken care of. Atomic Ray with $10 says, Steel Toe, hit the goal, finish out the week. You poors deserve it. Thank you, buddy. $80 away from today's goal. I appreciate that. $80 away. Get in those links and click them and contribute to our wonderful show. Oh, let's do this Albuquerque thing. People are still in a stir about their, not sheriff's department, I'm sorry, police department and their social media.
Let me make this clear.
I didn't even know it was up.
I will work personally to defund that position, to defund that account, and to prohibit the city from using Twitter in that way.
City Council.
They're so pissed about the Albuquerque Police Department tweeting shit that they're like, I will defund their social media coordinator. I got bad news for you. There's a lot of people in that Albuquerque Police Department, because I've been hearing about this for years, and it's actually kind of funny. There's people there who will do it for free. They'll just sit there on a phone tweeting shit from the APD.
Airing those concerns over a year ago. Take a look at these tweets from last year. Calling out your BS is public service.
So Albuquerque Police Department Public Information Officer. Calling out your bullshit is public service. So they basically just taunt the city council. And by the way, did you see that city councilman's title who was arguing with the police chief a year ago? Former city council president. So they had a choice. The people of Albuquerque had a choice to keep that guy for fighting against the police department or letting him go. I think what bothers the city council so much is that the people kind of like their police department, and they like that they're being shitty like this.
You only complain and never offer solutions.
This account, in the way it engages with our community, is disruptive, is unhelpful to our engaging with the community and our positive relations. It is not that we are just bringing this to your attention. We have brought it to your attention. Channel 7 has brought it to your attention.
The man behind those tweets answering questions in a deposition.
Were you given any corrective action?
No, I didn't do anything wrong.
Months later, tweets from the department's X page in question again. Albuquerque Police Department's PIO Gilbert Gallegos behind the X handle. City Council.
Look at that. Look at the title. APD mean tweets. That's what this is all about. You fucking meanie heads, you little shitbags.
Dan Champagne disappointed by the tweets.
It's inappropriate. It is. It's
Yeah.
You were a police department that's just coming out of a DOJ control over the past 10 years, and you're trying to rebuild with the city and its citizens.
Well, the city seems to be fine. The city seems, the police seem to be fine. It's you guys who are getting voted out. That's interesting.
Bernalillo County Sheriff Darren White questioning APD's homicide rates.
Anybody find this woman's voice fucking unbearable? And then, remember in the news, you had to be able to I was gonna say the word pontificate, enunciate and have a good voice, and it had to be bassy, and you had to speak from your fucking diaphragm and shit. And now you just go, and the police are mean, and I don't like the police, and they're bad. Her voice kind of works for the tenor of this story. Nah, mean tweets are mean.
Under Mayor Tim Keller's administration. APD responding in return, you resigned during that administration. Why was that?
So, these people start bitching about the police department, and then the police department called them out. They're like, hey, you resigned during that administration. Why'd you do that?
Being a retired officer from this department, I've seen officers get disciplined for less.
Ex-user Doug Peterson also questioning the department's behavior about a local news outlet ran by a former police officer, quoting harassment. Gallegos responds.
Harassment of a news organization. You understand the news has carte blanche to harass the fuck out of people. Hi. Interesting that you don't get the other side of a story before you run with it, but that's fine. That's okay. It's not like you were in cahoots with the guy who planted the story for you. I get it. I understand. You're a hack. It's fine. You're a hack. But the news has carte blanche to harass you, and yet the Albuquerque Police Department is being accused of harassing the media. That's hilarious. After the media coverage we've seen about the police over the last 4 or 5 years. That's great.
Responding in return, oh, Doug, nice to hear from you about harassment. We reached out to the department on growing concerns of the tweets. Albuquerque Police Chief Harold Medina telling us, quote, these are not random people. We are pushing back against the same individuals who use their positions to pursue a political agenda against APD.
Thank you. I like Harold Medina. I find him both funky and cold. Fuck you, I'm proud of that. But good. All these people shit all over the cops. They shit all over this police department. And this police department writes some shitty tweets to them about hey, you're being a fucking asshole. And then all of a sudden it's the police department who are the bad guys. They have a right to talk shit back.
If these men can't be fair and objective, how can KOAT use them over and over to provide opinions about APD?
Because the news is unscrupulous, especially local TV news that's fucking dying. So they have to put sensational shit out there that's one-sided. That's how it works.
The experts to whom the chief often refers to is Tom Grover, who is a former APD.
Oh, that's fantastic. Sorry. I wish I could do a better Grover.
Officer turned attorney who represents dozens of current police officers. Former BCSO Sheriff Darren White is also the former...
I can't listen to this girl's voice anymore. Oh my God. No. Every time that someone writes a mean tweet, I sound more like Pat from SNL.
Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Department of Public Safety with nearly 30 years of law enforcement experience. White also taught police media relations at Northwestern University.
It really is like nails on a fucking chalkboard. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but did KOAT Action News in Albuquerque not just run like a 2-minute news piece to complain that the Albuquerque Police Department was talking shit to them for covering the Albuquerque Police Department shitty? So did KOAT really just run a story going in a whiny voice going, APD's Twitter is being mean to us. We don't like that the APD's Twitter is being mean. Oh, God, it makes me like these cops more. I really do like them way better than I like the fucking news organization that goes, they're being mean on Twitter. You're on TV shit-talking them constantly with impunity. And then you go, would you see what they wrote on Twitter? It's not nice. Oh, fuck. It sounds like AI if AI had a stroke. No shit. Carlos Cameo says, is this RFK Jr.? RFK Jr. would be more delightful to listen to than that woman's voice. I think it would be a better thing if we had a police department that didn't write mean tweets about things and expose the plastic that's in our food supply. That would be good. Oh, well, I would prefer it. Approachable says, LOL, your Grover sounds like Yoda. Well, thank you. That's closer than I thought it sounded. Sam Show says, need to find all the segments this woman has voiced and put them together. Right? It's almost like they only use her for stories where there needs to be whining. Approachable says, we know you were happy about that funky cold Medina joke, but do you know that you shouldn't be? No. I don't know that I shouldn't be. That was a fun joke. His name was Harold Medina. And I said I found him both funky and cold. Fuck you if you don't like it. You don't get to tell me which one of my jokes I get to love. Thank you. Snowcat just says, stop talking with food in your mouth. It's as annoying as this chick's voice. That's fair. That's fair. Citizen M says, I like the cops more, but they wouldn't talk Vikings with you in lockup. It's not that they wouldn't. I didn't try. I didn't extend the invitation. That's my fault. I should have been a more personable. I was a model inmate. Thank you very much. I was a good boy. Such a good boy. J. Brock Contrarian says, Aaron, I'm a bit of a news junkie. Seeing you on the news made me starstruck. How do I go about getting an autograph? Death Beholden says, Aaron got arrested for being a Vikings fan. It's fine. Don't Google it. It's cool. Idaho Bush Wookie. I love that name with 99 cents. Thank you very much. Guys, we're $80 away from knocking out our last goal for the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. There's all the links in the chat. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. And we'll call this thing over with. We'll call it another win for the toe. I'm again completely, what's the word? I'm not flabbergasted. I am taken aback. I am thrilled. I am so happy with how positive and nice and kind and generous everyone has been since we came back this week. Everyone just seems to get it. I appreciate it. I'm going, you know what? I'm going to say I'm touched. I am. I'm touched. You guys have been really awesome. Thank you very much to, I got to make sure I don't say an actual name here. I believe it's Toad Climbs Mountains with $10. Thank you very much. 10 over there on PayPal. Thank you, Toad. Very nice. Now 70 away from hammering out today. And, well, by the way, 70 away from our last goal of the week as well, because as you know, tomorrow is Rumble Friday, where we're going to take your money. We're going to give you 30 minutes if you like, just get crazy generous with it, but we're not having a goal where it's mandatory, anything like that. Somebody says, Aaron, wondering where you were last, when you were last at the gym. Oh, fuck, I lost that one now. Because those tits are looking a bit bigger. Shut the fuck up, because I've been nervous about that. Now I'm going to cover up my titties because my weight hasn't gone up, but it's been a while since I've been in the gym. Now that the kids are back in school, I can get back in 3 or 4 days a week. But I don't like, my titties have felt weird lately, and you saying that makes me really uncomfortable. Dive Bar with $10 says rally up before he plays the damn Kamala song again. Silver Wolf with $5 says, ugh, okay, don't get gay on us. Oh, sorry. You know what? You're right, and I apologize. $60 away from hammering out today's goal. I appreciate that. 60 away from notching another W. Thank you guys for the kind words of support, but you don't need to call other people the gay F word. I don't know if that's necessary. So Tim Walz, it's been very interesting to watch the rest of the country react to, Tim Walz's whole essence, his whole aura, if you will. Oh, wait. Oh, someone writes in 225 pounds. Yeah, in your bra. Did they say 225? I told them 220. But okay. And they said 6'3", not 6'4". Because they went by my driver's license. My driver's license is wrong. Anyway, Tim Walz, watching the rest of the world learn about this guy has been a lot of fun. And they even dig up things on him that we in Minnesota didn't really learn. Like, did you know, we knew about his brother, that his brother's a Trump guy, but apparently a shitload of his extended family really likes Donald Trump. And I don't know, I just think that's great. You don't really hear that about other candidates too often. Democrats might be surprised to learn some members of Tim Walz's family are riding the Trump train, but the VP candidate's mother says it's not a big deal because they're the conservative wing of the Klan. Klan, whoa, take it easy. Walz's Nebraska-based family members are firmly behind Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump, which is highlighted by a photo posted to X showing them wearing MAGA shirts. Yeah, this is Tim Walz's family. These are, I think, the brother down here in the bottom left. I'm guessing that's mom or aunt. And then just like cousins and uncle. Oh, hold on a minute. The fuck happened here? I didn't expect that to be in the Tim Walz bloodline. I'm guessing that's a husband. I'm sorry. I just don't look at Tim Walz and think lots of color. So I'm going to go ahead and say that that is a spouse or someone who married into the Walz family. Far be it for me to guess. Charles W. Herbster, a conservative who has run 2 unsuccessful campaigns for governor in Nebraska, posted the picture to X that features 8 people wearing Nebraska Walz for Trump shirts. Darlene Rose, mother of the VP candidate, told TMZ, although the picture is legit, she's not shocked by what she saw in the image from that side of the family. I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is dad's side of the family. According to Mama Walz, the fam in the pro-Trump picture are second cousins to Tim, and they are conservative, devout Catholics. So again, not shocking. Yeah, but I mean, you can sit there and go, you know, oh, they're second cousins or whatever. But his brother too, his brother Jeff, is voting for Trump. He's a Trump guy. He's not voting for his brother. So it's not like it's distant relatives or anything like that. I mean, it's the real deal. It's the fucking actual, like, blood, like direct blood relatives. Approachable says, Aaron, do not listen to them about your titties. They actually hold your shirt out a little bit so it covers up that little pot belly you're starting to show. Wait, what? No. Buffalo Jockey says, doesn't matter how much Aaron goes to the gym, he'll have those tits till he stops consuming garbage food and soda. You're not wrong on that one, actually. He's got a good point, you know. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, Aaron, at least you got bigger titties than April had. Cold comfort. Cold comfort. No, Los Tejas sympathizer, I'm not getting a tit flattening shirt. Thank you very much. Tim Walz is so bad at politics, his own family doesn't vote for him. That's crazy. What happens? He sit in the corner for his family gathering. Well, again, his mama said that that's just the second cousins. That's just the inbreds out in Nebraska, is what she's saying. Too much Casey's pizza and bourbon is bad for tit development, says Carlos Cameo. You guys aren't gonna tit shame me. I'm not gonna allow it to happen. All right. Thank you, Deutsch Chat. He says, I think his tits are hot as fuck. Well, that's not exactly helping. Thank you. All right, guys, go ahead and throw in. We're $60 away from knocking out today's goal. Copperhead says, no body shaming on this show. Thank you, Copperhead. I appreciate that. We're progressive over here. Thank you very much to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Cheetos and the staff at Stoney's are hosting Bike Night tonight. Get your asses out there to Stoney's Bar. Enjoy that patio while you still can. It's about to be fall in Minnesota, and you never know when the weather's going to turn. Could be this weekend. So get on out to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Enjoy those Bloody Marys on Sunday before the Vikings game. And, of course, go drink and watch the game at Stoney's. That's where I watched J.J. McCarthy's first preseason game was at Stoney's. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Now watch Sean go into a better one. God damn it. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's midlandarmory.com. Go check out midlandarmory.com and their selection of firearms, whether it's handguns, rifles, shotguns, or accessories like magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and so much more. Check it out at midlandarmory.com, or if you're in central Minnesota, go into the shop in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy have the answers to all of your questions, and they have a huge selection online and in-store. Downtown Foley, Minnesota, it's midlandarmory.com. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care will come pick you up whenever you need them, and nobody's quicker than All Care Towing, with trucks and wreckers big enough for heavy-duty equipment and small enough for motorcycles and other small vehicles. Nobody gets a better pull, a better deal, better service when it comes to your time of need with your vehicle than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. Thank you very much to Julie for becoming a Baby Boot member. I appreciate that. Dislabeled, thank you for the $5. I cannot confirm whether or not this super chat is true. Melton lets people, so they're not saying Melton does it, but they're saying he lets people ask underage people to take their clothes off in his Discord voice chat. Weird dude. That's an allegation that Dislabeled is making. If that's true, that's fucked up. If that's made up, that's actually fucked up for making that up. Midland Armory is also going to be having a gun show at the St. Cloud Armory this weekend. They're going to be at it. Go say hi to Derek and Tracy. That's the St. Cloud Armory Gun Show this weekend. Go check it out and go see our friends at Midland. $1 from Deranged Lunatic says, Big Titty Aaron. It's fucking hurtful, man. It's fucking hurtful. Guys, we are $55 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, the links are pinned in both of the chats. Thank you so much for your generosity and contributions. 55 away. Get on that PayPal, get on that Streamlabs, get on that Venmo as we continue to roll towards our final goal of the week. Toxic Wasteboarding becoming a member for 27 months. Thank you very much. What a weird show we've had today, man. Our YouTube got shut down for a considerable amount of time. We still peaked up over in the thousands, which is awesome. 800 or 900 now. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Very, very cool. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get that last 55 all hammered away. And if you want to go over, if you missed your favorite show and you want to throw in a disgusting amount of money, nobody here is ever going to stop you. Apparently, an Olympic runner was killed by her boyfriend after being set on fire, a Ugandan Olympian. Let's go ahead and play that. I'm sorry. This is just a music one. It's not actual reporting. The Paris Olympic marathon runner from Uganda living in Kenya was doused in gasoline and set on fire by her boyfriend after a fight. How bad a fight can get that you literally set somebody on fire is insane to me. 33-year-old Rebecca Cheptegei is currently being treated for severe burns covering 75% of her body, and an investigation is underway. Her boyfriend, since this story came out, by the way, she did pass away, so she is gone, because this story says her boyfriend, hopefully now her ex-boyfriend. I think it's her ex-boyfriend. I do. Police say the couple had been arguing over the land where the house was built before Dixon Ndiema set her on fire. Cheptegei's parents said she had purchased land in Trans Nzoia County to be close to the local athletic training centers. What the fuck? So you just have a fight with your girlfriend and you just set her on fire? Do you know how good it feels during a fight to just leave? Do you understand? Like, it feels good to just fucking leave someone in the dirt when they fucking piss you off, or, they show themselves to be less than what you thought they were. Like, setting them on fire? That just, now you've guaranteed that you link yourself to that person forever. Ugh. Not good. Don't do it. Plus, I mean, the other side of that, it's wrong to set people on fire. The obvious one. Coltrane says, I may stop by Midland's booth about a suppressor. Please do. Dr. Rondo said, someone else posted on Kiwi Farms that he's gay. Well, anybody can be gay. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it would explain a lot. Copperhead with $20 says, got to get to the goal today. Wish Rumble would let you pick your amount and didn't have set amounts because they take a couple bucks. Well, they only take 20%. We take 16 of your 20. Thank you very much. $40 away from calling it another win for the Toe today. I heard this. They played the song That Girl Is on Fire. Why? Death Beholden says, Aaron never met my ex. Leaving is not an option. She will follow you the whole time. She was a smoke show. Well, some of them do that. Some of them just, they just never find their own way home. It does that. But you can always get away, right? There's always a way to get away. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate that. That puts us 35 away. $35 from knocking out today's goal. Thank you very much. I think we ought to all just team up and call this thing done with. $35 away. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc., etc. Oh, boy. This is a good one. We've got 2 months until the election, obviously, and tempers are starting to flare. Emotions are getting pretty hot, getting pretty heated. And let's just say some supporters of a candidate are having a harder time controlling themselves than other supporters of a candidate. Remember the white boys for Harris, or white dudes for Harris? They made like songs and shit like that. Wait, what? You don't remember the white dudes for Harris making songs? I'm sure we could find them. White dudes for Kamala. Oh yeah, and there was also that phone call that Jeff Bridges was on. There was white dudes for Harris, Jeff Bridges, Mark Hamill raise over $4 million. Come on. There's got to be a song. Oh, God, David Spade was in there, too? No, Dana Carr. I thought those guys were Republicans.
I think the Democrats are just happy because it looked really bad for them. And now they know they've got more than a fighter's chance.
They had that something called like white men for Kamala. I personally don't love when the race is involved so much. You know what I mean? White dudes for Harris. When race gets into it, it just feels divisive.
It feels like the 90s are calling or something. We had a black president named Barack Obama, superstar, the most popular ex-president in the world right now.
I think it's condescending to keep bringing up race because it's like, can you believe they're great? They did a great job. Let's have a debate.
I think that might have been slightly tongue-in-cheek. I'm not sure what the joke was. Jeff Bridges, who I adore.
No, it's white guys emasculating themselves. It's white guys purposely pointing out like, hey, we're white and we're guys, but, you know, we're not rah-rah like dude guys. We're just, you know, we like Kamala. We're progressive guys. Like it's purposely feminizing yourself. It's not supporting a candidate. It's bending the knee to someone. It's, hey, you know how you look at Jeff Bridges as a big, strong, masculine guy? Well, look at him just bend the knee and just submit. Like, isn't this the way to go? It sends a bigger message than just I'm white. There's just more going on there, I feel like. So this white dude for Harris tried to jump a Trump supporter, and it went about as you think it would stereotypically. So this guy's wearing a Trump Vance 2024 tank top. Well, that looks like a girl. Guy, girl, whatever. And a white dude for Harris tried to step in because, you know, you can't go around wearing a Donald Trump shirt. If you go around wearing a Donald Trump shirt, I mean, that's like going out in a swastika, right? Like, it's like going out being a Nazi. So if you don't jump that guy for wearing that Trump Vance shirt, then clearly you support the Nazis. So let's see what happened here. I'm sure we're going to see more of this in the next 2 months before the election. Take a look-see.
What are you drinking? Coke. Got to stay hydrated.
Exactly.
All right, so you're voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
How come?
Because he's the best for the country. Because he's the best for the country.
Look at this weird guy.
Oh, my God. The white dude for Harris is pasty white in the middle of the summer. He's got his little pink thigh-high shorts on. Oh, this is too perfect. I hope this isn't fake. I really hope this isn't put up. I feel like this guy might have done, like, this guy's too perfect. He's too much the stereotype for this not to be staged. I'm worried they staged this.
He's never lifted a weight in his life.
They call us weird.
Are you really going to hit me? Are you really going to hit me? You want to go to jail for assault? You look like,
what's wrong with the Democrats?
You look like Thomas Crooks. You look like Thomas Crooks.
You look like, that's a pretty good line. What the fuck was that? Maybe this wasn't staged. That was too awkward to be staged. If you were going to stage it, you'd have the guy like tackle you or something. That was just a weird fruitcake kind of guy. There's nothing more embarrassing than charging at someone and then they don't move. And then when you get there, you don't know what the fuck to do.
Because he's the best for the
Look at this weird guy. He's never lifted a weight in his life.
They call us weird.
Are you really going to hit me? Are you really going to hit me? You want to go to jail for assault? You look like,
what's wrong with the Democrats?
You look like Thomas Crooks. You look like Thomas Crooks. You're crazy. You better get out of here before you get your ass kicked. What a psycho. You're about to go viral, motherfucker. We got that on camera.
I really hope that's real, because that's way too perfect for a white Kamala Harris male supporter.
Wait in his life.
They call us weird.
Are you really gonna hit me? Are you really gonna hit me? You want to go to jail for assault? You look like
what's wrong with the Democrats?
You look like
He might be too autistic for this to be faked. And this wasn't like showy enough to be faked. So this might just be a creepy, weird Kamala Harris
They call
supporter.
us weird.
Are you really gonna hit me?
Look at this.
Are you really gonna hit me?
Have you watch as he runs? You've never look at the guy in the hat. You've never seen a man feel less threatened in his entire life.
He's never lifted a weight in his life.
They call us weird.
Are you really gonna hit me? Are you really gonna hit me? You want to go to jail for assault? You look like
what's wrong with the Democrats?
You look like Thomas Crooks. You look like Thomas Crooks. You're crazy.
I don't think that was staged. I think that guy just really likes his pink shorts. He really supports and loves Kamala Harris. And I really think that, to be honest with you, I'm going to go with real. That was too awkward and weird to be faked. JH, to respond to you, I guess that makes me Thomas Jane. I'm okay with that. I'm good there. That I think we're in the getting off the canoe with the black neighbor scene of the movie at this point. Thank you for the question, JH. Bigot on socialist. No, Honky says that may have been Citizen M, actually. Oh, my God. Did Citizen M run at that guy and then try to hit him? M, could you please confirm or deny whether or not that was you? I would appreciate it. He was going to throw down in flip-flops, says Sam Show. He had no idea what to do with his arms. Yeah, he ran at him, and then he was like, I don't know what to... Fuck. Elsa Belza says, oh my, way too many microplastics. Yeah, don't worry. RFK Jr. is going to get that guy squared away. By the way, which one do you guys want? Do you want RFK Jr. head of the CIA or the FDA? Because I feel people want him to be the head of the FDA because of the food supplies and stuff. For the poetry of it, I want him to be head of the CIA. But I understand the FDA thing may be a little more feasible. Look at that speed. The Vikings should sign that guy as the Lightning to Aaron Jones' Thunder, says Helgi. Honky. You know what? I'll just let you write that. Sam Show says, I love how he looked around and just decided to stick with the middle finger to the face. Yeah. He got up to him. He had no idea what to do when it was actual in-person physical conflict. So he just went, yeah. FDA says bigot on socialist media. FDA says Elza Belza. Honky says Federal Reserve. I don't really know. You want to make Rand Paul the head of the Federal Reserve more than anything, right? You don't want it to be. Yeah, you don't want it to be fucking. I don't think RFK Jr. has anything about really is really passionate about the Fed. I've never really heard him talk about it. CIA would be way better, says Nate, but FDA would be his passion. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, a lot of people saying the same thing. CIA would be more amusing. FDA makes more sense long term. TV's Will Heron, how you doing, buddy? Sorry about saying no to that interview thing. It's just that I'm very happy with where everything's at and what my people are doing. So I'm just going to... My belief is that when these things happen, you get a good team, good people, and you shut your mouth. TV's Will Heron says, I was at Aaron Jones' home when he was drafted by the Packers. Really? Like for news, or you just fucking know the guy? USA Rocks, you might have a point there. TV's Will Heron says his family is Army. They were stationed in El Paso when he grew up. His dad was a really good man. Holy fuck. All right. Well, damn, man. Damn. Yeah, I like Will Heron, just to be very clear. I like Will. I think the way he stood up to Keanu was fantastic. I thought the way that all those Clippers stood up for themselves and held people accountable, I thought that was really good. I thought they did some cool shit there. And he put himself out there being a news guy, you know, putting his face all over that and everything else. Yeah, I believe so. Here's my thing. I've watched people make mistakes when it comes to the way they do things, and I want to be the complete opposite of that. I want to be the complete opposite. JS with $4.99, thank you very much. I heed the message. At least I have them. Thank you very much. $30 away from today's goal. At least they're of age. Am I right? 30 away from today. There we go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. It's all now pinned to the top of every page. Thank you. Jade, I'm quietly reading some people's comments. Some of them are really good. JH, that is very funny. Oh, that is a funny fucking dude right there. $30 away from knocking it out today. We appreciate it, you guys. About $20 to do that. Just keep chipping in. A little bit of Streamlabs, a little bit of PayPal, a little bit of Super Chats and Rumble Rants. Oh, fuck. Shouldn't have done that. Now I'm going to be distracted. In a good way. In a good way. You remember Fannie Willis? Do they call her Fannie or do they try to pronounce it Fanai to protect her from embarrassment? Rachel with $2 says the law pope lost credibility with me, so I'm here. Well, thank you very much. I don't mind how you got here, but the fact that you're here. And by the way, on this show, the law pope is now officially Sean from Potentially Criminal. Sean is officially the law pope, although we should probably retire that term. It seems cursed. I only recognize one true pope, and that is Sean and his brilliant Stonies reads and legal takes. Anyway, Fannie Willis, and remember the special prosecutor she chose in the Trump case, and then it turned out they were fucking? And then they swore to God they were done fucking. Well, Fannie Willis's daughter got arrested, and there's body cam footage of the arrest. And guess who's together on the body cam footage? That's right, our girl Fannie and the guy she's fucking. Isn't that a bitch when people say you're fucking somebody and you're trying like hell to not let people know you're fucking somebody? And then there's just plastered all over the news is just visual evidence that you're fucking somebody. It's amazing, this Fannie Willis story. I absolutely fucking love it. It's too good. Let's play this body cam footage. Again, Fannie Willis wanted to go after Trump in Georgia, appointed a special prosecutor that it turns out she was going on vacations with and fucking. And then they said, no, it's okay. All of this stuff can go forward. We're not fucking anymore. And then Fannie Willis's daughter gets arrested for driving with a suspended license. And on the dash cam is Fannie and her fuck buddy. Oh, does that one have to? Fannie Willis is a big bitch. I thought she was a slender woman.
Couple hours.
Or are those? Oh, that's two people. I'm sorry. I thought that was just her.
Mom, Dad, what's it? Okay.
Nice to meet you.
So,
Pleasure to meet you.
Oh, Fawny. She's Fawny Willis, you guys. Don't call her Fannie Willis. She's Fawny. And then, is that the daughter or is that the dude?
So, apparently.
Oh, that's the dude. I thought that was the daughter for a second. So you try to convince the public that you're not fucking anymore and that this Trump shit can continue. And then as soon as the daughter gets in trouble, they both show up together. Isn't that a bitch? So isn't that a bitch when there's visual evidence that you are the giant piece of shit everyone says you are, and you've been denying that you're that piece of shit, and then Fanny and her boyfriend are right there on camera being that piece of shit? God, it feels good.
Oh. Apparently her license is suspended. For something. Doesn't tell us what for or why or where, or that's something she's going to have to call DMV.
I mean, unless you were fucking the girl's mom, I don't know why you'd be there at this traffic stop. I don't really understand why you'd need to be there at all.
Right. Probably what happened, she had a speeding ticket, some kind of traffic infraction, never went to court, didn't take care of it. Right. That's the best guess.
And by the way, why are you showing up at your daughter's traffic stop as a prosecutor if you're not trying to, pull some bullshit and try to get her out of it? That's a little weird. I never had my parents come to any of my traffic stops. I never had my parents come because there was nothing they could do. There was nothing that you needed from them. Unless, your mom's a very high-powered prosecutor in that state. She might try to, make it go away. Honky says Sean is the law consul. Oh, he could be first consul, Sean, from Potentially Criminal. Okay. Somebody said law Führer yesterday. I don't mind that one, but that's kind of up to him to accept that title. Yeah, Citizen M says, agreed, Sean should be king of Law Tube because the title of Pope is more cursed than the Amityville house at this point. Yeah. Yeah, Citizen M, if you can do that, that would be fucking fantastic. I would appreciate that. I'm not going to read that one. That's too mean. That's too mean. Holy shit, there's a lot of mean shit in here. I thought it was real weird when the daughter got a 3 wolves. Lander says, yeah. Oh, and Fanai Willis showed up with the man she swore in court she didn't have a romantic relationship with. Yeah, they did that too. Buffalo Jockey says, your dad could have brought donuts from his bakery to bribe the cops. Well, I mean, that's true. He could have brought donuts. My mom could have brought them like those little rectangle pizzas that the school serves. I guess that was possible. NF Cap says Aaron Fanai was probably there to drive the car home because the daughter couldn't. She's still fucking terrible. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense, but so also does the fact that she might have been trying to rig it. It's a lot harder now. I said rig. It's a lot harder now, though, with the body cams. You can't pull the old school, how about we make this go away kind of shit. 383 Novocaine, becoming a member for 27 months. Oh, my God. Said, what do women use to play tennis? A racket. Welcome back. Missed you. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. If you really missed us, let's knock out that last $30 and call it a W and do some overtime today and be done for the week in terms of goals. Thank you guys so much for your contributions. No matter how you make them, all the links are in the chat. Contribute if you will. Let's team up. Let's knock out $30 and call it another win for the toe. Ooh, I have more cringe for you today. Amy Adams is starring in a new movie called Night Bitch. Yeah, it's a girl boss movie. It's how amazing moms are and how amazing single moms are. And did you ever notice Hollywood has this really bad habit of encouraging, not that there's anything wrong with single parent, God knows, but like, you ever notice that they encourage it and they make it look like the badass, awesome thing to be, when anyone who is a single parent will tell you it can be really fucking stressful and overwhelming sometimes. That's why when people who have two parents in the house, like the two parents in the house, and they'll bitch to you about how busy things are with kids, you're like, go fuck yourself. Are you fucking kidding me? Like you watch like what a single mom does every day, like especially around the school year and shit, you know, when they got to take care of all that stuff. And you're like, oh, it doesn't. But Hollywood tries to make it glamorous. You know, I didn't realize it until my realtor told me that he was like, Aaron, think back to every Disney movie. Do you ever remember? Tell me the last Disney movie where there was a mom and a dad together that survived with the children that were together. And I'm like, okay, Frozen, parents died. Little Mermaid, no mom. And he's like, do you think that maybe Hollywood's trying to like corrupt us or poison us and send a message? And usually I find that stuff a little too like reading between the lines, but God, it makes sense. So I'm kind of on the lookout for this stuff now. And Amy Adams' new movie, Night Bitch, is such a nauseatingly forced down your throat bad bitch story that it should be embarrassing. But let's check it out.
He's super cute.
It's a Searchlight movie, so it's kind of small budget and, you know, pretty basic and bare bones.
He's super cute. Do you just love getting to be home with him all the time? Yeah, I do. I love it.
Also, is there some kind of message Hollywood's doing with the 50-year-old mother of 2 or 3-year-olds thing? Because they try to make single moms look like, oh, they'd rather do anything else. They'd rather have a career. They'd rather have this. And, oh, it's so terrible having to stay home with this little shitbag all day and blah, 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 blah. And, like, I always thought statistically stay-at-home moms were happier. Oh, and by the way, I keep saying single mom. I'm sorry, she's a stay-at-home mom in this movie. I fucked that up. Stay-at-home mom. And they always shit on stay-at-home moms. Because, again, Disney, like the government, is running propaganda so that women will contribute more to the tax base so Democrats can spend more of your money. Can't have stay-at-home mom. Notice how the media, like, bags on stay-at-home moms and Democratic politicians kind of side-eye stay-at-home moms like, oh, yeah, well, don't you wish you had a career or something? It's like, yeah, I'd much rather be trying to climb the disgusting corporate ladder than stay home with my children and create memories. Yeah, I'm a real piece of shit for wanting to do that. Ugh.
You're an artist, right? Well, I used to be. Wow. But that feels like a lifetime ago. So yeah, totally. Definitely. We get it. I used to.
Oh, yeah. I used to be an artist. And now she's missing the days of when she had a career because fuck having this kid. It takes everything away from you. Shut up.
Definitely. We get it. I used to be a stripper. The before times. Yes. Nobody in this family can clean their own butts. No. Oh, that's okay. If you wake him up, I will rip your throat out.
Okay, for what it's worth. I would kill to stay home with him every day.
Oh, yeah, and then, oh, yeah, how dare you say that? It's like, you know what? Both of those people are playing a good role for their family. He's busting his fucking ass working and making money in a job he probably less than loves. And she's staying home and has the stress of dealing with a very small child who requires enormous amounts of attention. I get it. It's fine. But I just hate how Hollywood makes the guy look fucking glamorous. Do you understand that that guy is a nervous fucking wreck all the time? All that guy is doing in his life, in his head all day, he's doing calculations of his family budget. He's wondering if he's making enough money so they can go on a vacation. He's wondering if they can get another car or if the wife can get another car or, you know, the pressure of everything is on me. Am I going to be able to handle it? Is this going to be okay? Like, fucking Hollywood. And they're, oh my God, you used to have a career. Wasn't that better than having this kid? Don't you look so depressed? And they always have no makeup and look shitty, which is not the case. A lot of these stay-at-home moms look fucking spectacular. The dad is, you know, oh, glamorous. I wish I could stay at home with him all day. Toddle-a-doddle-a-da. No, that guy's a fucking ball of anxiety constantly. We just wear it underneath the surface. When you have children and you work, all you do is run numbers in your head all day long, and you're pretty sure in a week or two it's all going to fall the fuck apart and be over. So this idea that, oh, these guys just to get to go off to work and blah, blah, everybody's got a role to play. If a woman made a shit ton of money and the guy stayed home, that would be fine too. A little gay, but fine too.
Mama fuzzy. I'm not fuzzy.
I just feel off. Look at my teeth. See how sharp they are?
It's a little bit weird.
Motherhood, it changes you. It connects you to some primal urges.
I feel like I'm stuck.
Make up a plan, draw up a schedule. Happiness is a choice. Happiness is a choice.
I'll try. I'm never going to be smart, happy, or thin ever again. Oh, and I'm pretty sure I'm turning into a dog.
Yeah, because that's, you have a kid. You have a kid. You're just that fucking miserable all the time. Remember, kids, having children is bad. It steals your dreams, and people won't appreciate you, and you'll look like shit. That's the message they're sending. I'm sorry. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's fucking propaganda against something that makes a lot of people very happy. If I were a single mom, or if I were a stay-at-home, I keep saying single mom. If I were a stay-at-home mom, this would piss me the fuck off.
You're so funny.
Do you ever feel like the big secret is that we are gods?
She turns into a dog.
Create life. We are so powerful. What the fuck? I could crush a walnut with my vagina. I am a woman. I am an animal. I am night bitch.
Night bitch. Night bitch. You see, raising the kid isn't enough. It doesn't make me human or get me in touch with my animalistic side. So I have to turn into a dog. It's fucking embarrassing. It really is fucking embarrassing. Yeah, Sam Show says this is the fucking meme. Holy shit. It really is. MSO says, Jesus H, what happened to her? She looks like Amy Schumer. I mean, fair, dude, like I said, she's probably about 50 now. Give her a break. Amy Adams might be over 80 at Amy Adams' age. Yeah, she turned 50 in August. I mean, for 50 years old, she still looks pretty good. She still looks pretty good. All right, guys, let's take these last 5 minutes to knock out this last $30. This pesky last 30 that we got hanging around. YouTube, Rumble, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. It's Thursday. I keep forgetting tomorrow's Friday. We have no goal for tomorrow. If you guys do throw in a lot during Rumble Friday, we will do an extra 30 minutes for you, though. $30 is the number. Go ahead. Throw it in. Knock it out. Call it a win. Call it a win, I say. Well, let's do it pretty quickly so we can get back to the show here. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, you have a Minnesota rating for women. Your numbers are always too generous. Well, we're up here in the north. They're not always tan year-round, So it's a little skewed. Okay, guys, everybody throw in a little bit. It's $30. Not the biggest deal in the world. Let's get it. 30 away for the last win for the toe. We haven't really done much goal stuff today because it was pretty low to begin with. And you guys were throwing it at us pretty good. Little over 800 checking out the show as we head into overtime. We've got about, what is that? I'm trying to do math here. 3.5 minutes to go until we hit the end of regulation, and $30 is the number. Everybody, snappy. We got a little momentum going. We haven't done this today. So let's not make this last too long. It's 30. It's not one of you could take out the 30. We'll be fine. Go ahead and hammer it out. We got a little spoiled yesterday, knocking out, 2.5 goals in one day. So we got a little lackadaisical with today. I was hoping that last 30 would be knocked out before this part because it would just be kind of cool to not have this part of the show this week. And I suppose we didn't have to. But I just want to get it knocked out. Call this a W. So everybody throw in a few bucks. Let's take care of it. All the links are in the chat. I'll wait patiently. Streamlabs, PayPal. Great show today, by the way, too. I mean, 4 hours. If you didn't think that 4 hours flew the fuck by and that this wasn't an awesome show, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. $5 for Faticati. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. I can say there's stuff going on behind the scenes looking into that for sure. I obviously would be, one of the parties that's been affected by that. But, I have faith that that'll all shake out the right way. $25 away from knocking it out. $25. Everybody throw in that 5. See that 5 that just came in? Let's do that 5 more times. Call it a win for the toe. Guys, we're not going to get desperate about this one today. Come on. It's $25. This is easy. Come on. Throw it in. Links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I'm going to sit here for the next minute and a half, and we'll get this all KO'd. Go ahead. We'll fire back. We'll start up overtime as soon as that 25 comes in. Elza Belza, the Kamala song didn't fly by. Felt like a lifetime. We'll get it all knocked out. Like I said, once it knocks out, once the 25 is done, not in the next minute. If it takes 5 or 6 minutes to get that 25 done, that's when we'll start overtime. But come on. I know what I've got. I know this was a good one today. I know it was a W-worthy show. So you go ahead, fire off that last. Oh, thank you very much, Gregory, for the 15 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. $10 away from today. All right, there you go, guys. You could almost do this $1 at a time if you wanted to. $10 away from knocking out the rest of this morning. Not 45 seconds left. We're going to go until that 10's knocked out. Like I said, solid fucking effort today, boys and girls. So we'll wait for that 10 to knock out the rest. All right, JH, you keep mentioning this song, this movie that Mark Wahlberg and Thomas Jane are making. I don't know what it is. Anonymous, no, I'm not going to do that. I threw that away. Chevy fan says your body movements always make you look gay. I don't know what to tell you. Rusty Grammar says really good show today. Suck it, Patty 3 seats. Well, they're really coming after him hard. I mean, they're digging up stuff on him that's going to make it hard for him to show his face. Nate with $4.99 says for WWE champions. Holy shit, is that a reference? Oh, by the way, $5 away from today, by the way. Let's knock out that 5 and then we'll continue with the show. My buddy that I went to the state fair with, we won a cornhole tournament We won a cornhole tournament together back in 2020, and he held on to the WWE championship belt that he won from it. I don't remember where mine went. Mine's around here somewhere. But he gave it back to me. He's like, this has literally been sitting in my garage collecting dust. I don't do anything with it. Why don't you take it? And he gave it back to me, and it is a perfect fucking WWE belt. It's in great shape. It's not missing any of the gems or anything. I'm so happy about it. SP has it. I got to get it from her. Thank you to Jacob for $1. He says fake as hell, don't know. And Jason with $20 says, oh, sorry. I'm not going to read the screen name now because I said your first name. I apologize. $20 from him. Guys, that's another win for the toe. It's over. It's another W. Amy with $10 says hi from Florida. Hi, Amy. Thank you very much. Your grammar sucks becoming a member for 26 months. Thank you very much. All right, so we've knocked all that out. You guys are already into Monday. You guys are about $15 into Monday. I appreciate that. Thanks for all the contributions. Very sweet of you. Let's go in. I'll find this Thomas Jane Mark Wahlberg movie. Mark Wahlberg. I thought Thomas Jane was relegated to like Money Plane now. Play Dirty is the name of the movie. Okay. Follows Parker, a craftsman and professional thief who approaches his job with a straightforward, no-nonsense work ethic, and he is also deadly. Oh, wow. Mark Wahlberg, Thomas Jane, Dermot Mulroney, Rosa Salazar, Tony Shalhoub, Keegan-Michael Key. Fuck. It's a hell of a cast. Do we have a trailer for this yet? Play Dirty trailer. Oh, is it a remake? There's one from 2019. I don't it's in post-production. There's no trailer yet. Okay, so it's just being made. That could be good. Thomas Jane's one of those guys, I don't know why, but I root for him. You know? Like I see him in something like Money Plane and I go, "Oh, no, get Thomas Jane the fuck out of Money Plane and let him do something big." But it looks like, okay, so if you're in a Marky Mark movie, you're still doing all right. Okay, guys, let's get into some stuff. You want to make a prediction on this one? Oh, by the way, thank you, D Gulag, for the $5 over on YouTube. Appreciate that. Nice, easy win today. Shane Black is directing. He was in that Netflix movie 1922. Okay. Play the new Will Ferrell movie trailer. It's terrible looking. Do you have the name? JH says, Aaron, thoughts on Vito and Dick splitting up? I didn't know they had. I don't keep track of that part of the internet. That's not going to be good for either one of them. Shitty deal, I suppose. What is the new Will Ferrell movie? New Will Ferrell movie. You're Cordially Invited. Okay, let's look up a trailer for You're Cordially Invited. Reese Witherspoon and Will Ferrell.
Let's get to work.
I'm checking into the bridal suite. My sister is getting married this weekend.
How weird that all of our people we grew up with are old as fuck now. And we found out today Amy Adams is 50. Reese Witherspoon, sorry guys. Pretty sure Reese Witherspoon is about 50. Reese Witherspoon, age 48. She's 48 years old. Everybody we grew up with is old as fuck. Ashton Kutcher's 46, for fuck's sake. Marky Mark is 53. Ryan Phillippe is 50. Nicole Kidman's 57. They're all just getting old, guys. Will Ferrell looks like an old wolf.
There might be a little mistake because my daughter's getting married.
Oh, no. We've double booked your weddings.
What?
Oh, no. So this is going to be a shitty, contrived deal. It's, I get it. Like when you're on your way up, you read scripts and you're like, this has to be good. This has to be a hit. This has to be solid. And then as you get older and more established, this just has to be a payday. I'll do anything. Like Anchorman, Old School, everything Will Ferrell was in. Wedding Crashers he was in. Like all of those movies that were fucking classics. And that got him to the point where he could make Kicking and Screaming and the fucking Daddy's Home movies and all the shit that Will Ferrell put out there and got paid a ton for. You know who's a great example? And we're not going to go through his IMDb again, but you know who's a great example of just making fucking bangers and just cranking them out one after the other and then just getting let's see if you guys can guess who I'm thinking of. Made fucking banger after banger after banger, then just started getting money dumped at his feet, so he made shit because the check's already cleared. They just went, here you go, here's a fuck ton of money, and he's like, all right, here's Diarrhea on a disc. Go ahead and play it. But man, when he was on, thank you, MSO, Sandler. Although a couple people in the chat saying Nicolas Cage. I don't know. Cage was somebody who just always kind of made what he wanted, I feel like. No, Adam Sandler for sure. Adam Sandler could not. We always go through his IMDb. We won't do it again. He couldn't fucking miss. Some people are saying Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis started doing shit to stockpile money because he had aphasia. But Bruce Willis was one of those guys that started to just kind of fade away a little bit. I'm talking about guys who were still in their prime and just started making shit because the money was good. Adam Sandler still gets thrown tens of millions of dollars to get out of bed and make a movie. And he just keeps, like, he'll make one good one every 10 to keep the money coming in. Chevy Fan says Ice Cube. Ooh, I don't know, man. Ice Cube had 2 hit series, like hit movie trilogies. No, 3, didn't he? He had Are We There Yet? Friday and Barbershop. I don't know people who have as many hits as Ice Cube does. Ice Cube, low key, is one of the highest drawing, most successful, I would say, comedy actors of all time. How much did the 3, let's take a look at this. How much did the 3 Barbershop movies make? I would say 400 or 500 million. How much did the Barbershop movies make? Barbershop made 77. Barbershop 2 made 66. Oh, not as much as I thought. I hope they were low budget. I liked all of those movies, by the way. And Barbershop, the next cut, 55 million. So 121, about, okay, so only $200 million. That's not that big. Are We There Yet? Movies gross. Are We There Yet? Gross 97 million. And then wasn't there a second one? I thought there was another one. What the fuck? Are We There Yet? Were there not 2 of them? Sequel, gross. 58. Are We Done Yet? Was 58 million. So those made 155. Okay, so wow, I was fucking off about Ice Cube. Friday movies, gross income. Friday did 28. Next Friday did 57. Friday after next did 33. Wow, so that one barely did 100. All right, fuck me, guys. I was wrong about Ice Cube. I thought those movies made way more money. Vin Diesel. Yeah, Vin Diesel's got well, just those, the Fast and Furious movies alone, Vin Diesel made a fuck ton of money. Ice Cube is making another Friday movie. Oh, no. What? Are they going to do a thing where, like, his kid is now the new Craig? Is there another Friday movie coming? A 4th Friday movie is in the works with Warner Brothers Discovery. Ice Cube, who starred in and wrote the first 3 Friday movies, has said that he and the studio have traction on the project. Ice Cube has been trying to get the 4th movie made for a while and has expressed frustration with the studio in the past. He told Mike Tyson on his podcast in 2022 that he wanted to control the movie, but that Warner Brothers had distribution control. He also said that the deaths of some of the stars of the previous movies had been difficult and that the studio had been dicking around. Yeah, because DC died, right? What was his name? DC Curry? Or is he still he's still hanging in there. Yeah, Uncle Elroy's still alive, isn't he? Born yeah, okay, so he's still alive. Who died? Oh, Tiny Lister, Debo. Debo's dead. Hard to do a Friday movie without Debo. But what's his name was in the 3rd one. Cat Williams was in the 3rd one, and Terry Crews was in the 3rd one. And isn't the dad from Friday still alive? The dad from Friday. God, I can't remember who that is. John Witherspoon. Isn't John Witherspoon still kicking? John Witherspoon. Oh, he died in 2019? Fuck. So the dad's dead. Debo's dead. That does kind of make it kind of tough, doesn't it? Ice Cube has said that he's excited to make a movie that people have been waiting for and that he thinks it will be special. He's also said he's not sure if Chris Tucker will want to be back in the movie. They didn't really need Chris Tucker. The other two made more money than the first one. So they don't really need the guy. Ice Cube isn't as funny as the cast are. No, he's always typically the straight man. That's true. Sandler makes movies for him and his friends to go on vacation together, watch his Rogan interview. Yeah, that's true. There's nothing wrong with that. He's paid his dues. Approachable has a clip. Oh, boy, what did I do? Ran at him, and then he was like, I don't know what to... Ran at him, and then he was like, you're right. It does look gay. Fine. Nice podcast, Stupid, is asking if Johnny quit yet. Why would Johnny quit? I was just talking to Johnny yesterday. Oh, did we embarrass you when we shit on your podcast? I'm sorry. I didn't realize that would bother you. Well, you kind of knew what you did. You did what you were going for a certain thing. Did you not think that anyone watching wouldn't know you were going for a certain thing? Oh, sorry about that, buddy. But hey, at least your title is accurate. Child dies after being attacked by dog in Newark, New Jersey. Anybody want to make guesses? Now, I have not, as usual with these stories, I certainly don't, fucking SP has my fucking belt, and she sent a picture of me with my fucking championship belt. You ain't getting this dusty bitch back. Yes, I am, baby. Gonna have to work for it. Talking about the belt, not me. I will. Telling you right now, I'm getting that fucking belt back. If she's gonna hold it for ransom, I will pay any price. I will pay any price. Oh. They're saying Chris Tucker in the flight log. Was he in the flight logs for old Epstein? Uh-oh. Poodle, some people are guessing. Corgi, poodle, shitbull. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what killed this kid. An 18-month-old, by the way. That is prime pitbull feasting years.
Dog attack on a toddler in New Jersey, and a family is now mourning the loss of an...
I'm going to make a guess. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and it's going to look really bad. Inner city, African-American family, pit bull dog. All right, go.
18-month-old child. Christine Sloan covers New Jersey and spoke with neighbors in Newark.
Unimaginable.
Yes! I mean, bad, terrible, awful, not good. Not yes. Awful that this happened. But so far, so good. And Newark... Pretty sure inner city, I got it.
For a family in Newark mourning the death of an 18-month-old.
Bro, we can see your tummy. You should use like a tissue or something to wipe your tears because we can see your belly's overhanging. Never mind. Just, you know what? You're mourning. I'm sorry. I'm a dick.
Child. The Essex County Prosecutor's Office says the little girl died after being attacked by a dog at a home here on 2nd Avenue. This neighbor says he heard the commotion.
The pit bull attacked the child.
No, there it is. 3 for 3 on the prediction. Inner city black pit bull. Poor kid. Who the fuck is going to have a pit bull around an 18-month-old? Look, man, you can own whatever dog you want. I get it. Everybody's a sweetie pie. Everybody's wonderful. They're so great. They're so nanny dogs and all that. Could you have a kid who's at least in their teens before you bring a pit bull home? I mean, I'd rather you didn't, period. I'd rather just you know my position on pit bulls. I think the world would be a better place without them. I'm not saying there aren't good ones. I'm just saying if we could just go, look, if we can pick out all the bad ones, if we could have some kind of machine that would tell whether or not they're going to eat a kid, fine, we could pluck those out. But if we just went across the board, wiped it out, we could still get you a pretty dog. You'd love the dog. It's great. Gordy's awesome. And everyone would be safer for it. It would just be better. But if you have to get one, because they're not going to enact my deal, if you have to get one, could you at least like have a home where it's not going to murder somebody?
Law enforcement sources say the tragedy appears to have occurred inside while a teenager was watching the little girl. Authorities say the child was rushed to University Hospital but died of her severe injuries just after 7 o'clock Tuesday night.
I mean, no offense, if you can't kill an 18-month-old, you're kind of a pussy for a pit bull.
4 dogs, possibly pit bulls, were taken away from the home, according to investigators.
4? I wouldn't have 1 pit bull around an 18-month-old. You had 4 of them in this fucking house? Be honest, how many of them were pros? Tell me the truth. How many of them were professionals? How many of them were earning?
Investigators. It's unclear if all of the dogs were involved in the attack, but authorities believe they belong to a family member. Inside the home, gut-wrenching cries could be heard. The family is asking for privacy during this difficult time.
Hey, don't worry. They hung a beware of dog sign in the gate. It's totally fine. You know how small that probably is in there? And they had 4 stinking, disgusting dogs in there? Fuck.
Their neighbor says it's just a horrible tragedy.
When I seen that force of police, that amount, I really got worried.
Because I got warrants, motherfucker. I guess that's not as funny to me as it used to be. That shit ain't funny, man.
Because there was a lot of commotion going on. And, you know, I couldn't do anything about it because I couldn't see.
As for the dogs, we're told they were taken away by Newark's animal control and placed in quarantine. In Newark, Christine Sloan, CBS News, New York.
That's just,
the commissioner said
when you can call it like that, you know, when you just fucking know, and then people keep fucking doing it. Yeah. Hate it. Hate it. A wild timber wolf would almost be safer to have, says Helgi, right? Approachable says, holy shit, that guy's descriptive commentary was amazing. He was. I saw the cops. I was like, uh-oh. And then there was in there, and I was like, oh, shit. And then that really was his description, is the things that were there and what he said. SC Motorsports says Brooklyn Park woman just had her pit bulls attack her the other day. Oh, really? I mean, you could, people say, Aaron, you have it out for pit bulls. You have it out for pit bulls. But it's like, do you know how many of these stories I pass on? Do you know how many of these happen where I go, you know what? It's been enough with the pit bulls lately. Silverwolf with $5 says, all right, you joking about yourself having a warrant made me laugh pretty good. Thank you. I don't want to joke about it too much because I know Melton and his fans, they think it's horrible and it's awful that I was smiling yesterday and telling my stories and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to upset anybody any more than I already have. JH says, Aaron, remember Wesley Snipes did a string of direct-to-video movies? Yeah, well, he had his tax problems. So he needed to stockpile a shitload of money. That's like when Nicolas Cage lost all his money in no shit buying medieval castles. And he had to make a fuckload of movies. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, could they do the reporting somewhere within hollering crackheads up without hollering crackheads up and down the street? That's true. It's true. Death Beholden says, Aaron sounds like me trying to explain my irrational dislike for Jew. No, wait a minute. Don't lump me in with you, Death Beholden. Don't lump me in with you. Somebody sent me this. This is interesting. He says, I don't understand Citizen M. He acts like he's your ally, but then runs back to the NLO Discord and tries to cozy up to them. Dude is strange. I'm going to say this right now. If you spend any time in the NLO Discord, whether you're a fan of Patrick or not, no offense, and I mean this with all due respect, you don't have enough going on in your life. And I'm not saying that to make fun of you. I'm saying try to find something. Try to find something worth being passionate about. I would say the same if you were in a Steel Toe Discord all day. Like, I would never endorse a Steel Toe Discord. People created one once. I don't give a fuck about it. I never had anything to do with it. I think that Discord is fucking gay. I think it's just way too much. Like, if you're asking me, hey, what level of immersion in something is too much? The answer will always be Discord. Reddit's probably too much immersion, but Discord's way too much. Citizen M says, I need a community, but no one will have me. You don't, though. You don't need a community. You know what your community could be, M? Your community. You know what my community is, other than part-time the county jail? My community is my neighbors, my friends, my family members, the boxing gym I go to, and the people I either train or coach with, or spar with. It's those kind of people. That's my community. People on the internet, that's called a parasocial relationship. When I go to boxing tonight, that's my community. You check it. Hey, how's this thing going? Hey, heard you were going to be doing this soon. Hey, blah, blah, blah. One of the guys got married. Hey, how's the new family and everything? I hang out with my neighbor. I'm like, hey, can we do karaoke this weekend? The kids want to do karaoke. What do you say? We'll have a few beers. We'll sing some songs. All right, cool. Sounds good. My cousin texted me yesterday. You want to come over and watch the game on Thursday? And I said, maybe after boxing, I'll stop by. He says, we can have a cigar. We can have, he always says cigar and soda. He doesn't really drink, but I think I might have a beer or two. That's your community. That's your community. Honky says Melton's community is NAMBLA. I don't know anything about that. That's what your community is, man. Elza Belza says your community is called service. I watched an episode of Always Sunny where they had to do community service and coach a basketball team. I couldn't laugh at the episode because I'm like, this shit ain't funny. Hulkamash Baby says, no one wants you because you seem like a backstabbing, two-faced cunt, M. Well, I mean, people are allowed their opinions. Helgi says, the local bakery, Quick Trip, and Casey's are Aaron's community. Kind of want a slice of Casey's pizza now. Jess Wig says, Citizen M, come visit with me and pals and watch movies. Do you have a VR? We do some VR karaoke and 3D movies. What the fuck is VR karaoke? Excuse me? Hold on a minute. VR karaoke. Sing room. So we can all sing together? Yay! Oh, that looks like fun. I have an app on my phone. I got to turn off notifications for it. It's a karaoke app, and you can link up with people around the world and sing songs with them. I've never done it before. But it seems pretty fucking cool. Seems like a way to do something productive with people. Chevy fan says, I'm going to fly a plane into your neighbor's garage. I'll aim for the Eric Church noise. That doesn't sound very nice. Tin Man Taylor says, dude, have you tried the spiked Arnold Palmer's? Fucking dangerously delicious. No, my neighbor's wife, well, I guess that would make her my neighbor. But my buddy's wife, yeah, she drinks the... she drinks the Arnold Palmer, the spiked Arnold Palmer's. I've never had one yet. Now I feel like I have to try one. I feel like I have to give it a shot. Look up Big Screen app on VR. Okay, so that's the karaoke VR app. I'm very much interested in a VR karaoke deal. Before you guys leave today, and we've only got a couple of minutes left, if you'd hit like, if you'd hit subscribe, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you for your contributions, and thank you guys so much for your generosity, especially this week. You guys have been awesome. And thank you to all of our new subscribers. I appreciate that. Look, I got so many people, as I look through the comments, new subscriber, keep up the great work, Steel Toe, new fan, hear from the news. That's kind of backfiring on them too. Is we've been shooting up, I think in the last 2 days, it's up hundreds of subscribers. That's kind of nice. If you start doing VR karaoke, says SP, ISTG. What is STG? I'm old. What does STG mean? I swear to God. Oh, just swear to God? Okay. If you start doing VR karaoke, I swear to God. Are you coming over this weekend if we do karaoke at the neighbors? That'd be fun. That'd be a great time. Doing a little Dive bar in Dahlonega. Doing a little posty. I wonder if my karaoke app that I use over there has all Post Malone's whole album yet. Oh no, do I not have it on my new phone yet? How do I not have Cara Fun? Oh no. Oh guys, this is fucking tragic. I have Star Maker karaoke on, but I don't have my Cara Fun app. Cara Fun. There we go. Install. And then we'll see if they have all of Posty's new album in there. Sam Show says, woman waves. Aaron, I think she's into me, dude. What, that doesn't mean they are? I don't get it. SP in her 20s confirmed. No, thank you. Never again. Never again. All right, let's log into the Cara Fun app before we leave today. Save. And let's take a look. Is it Wrong Ones? Yeah, Wrong Ones, Post Malone, and Tim McGraw. Fingers crossed. Nope, fuck, they don't have it. Okay. Guy for That. They probably have that one. Yep, they do have that. So they have all the singles. How about Nosedive? Nope. So they just have the singles. Now, the thing is, the Star Maker karaoke app, that one's a little weirder, but that has all the good stuff. Okay, so SP says she will come over for karaoke, but no virtual reality karaoke, weirdo. All right, fair enough. That's what we call in relationships, we call that a compromise. If you will, baby. All right, guys, that's it for today. I appreciate it. Football tonight. I'm going You know what? Fuck it. Ravens over Chiefs. Didn't the Ravens add somebody? They added Derrick Henry, didn't they? I'm going to go Ravens. Ravens, Derrick Henry. Yeah, okay, he's a Raven now. Lamar Jackson and Derrick. I know Derrick Henry's a little long in the tooth, but I'm going to say him and Lamar Jackson together, they're going to beat the Chiefs. That's my pick. And also, what's the line? Because if they're underdogs, Chiefs, Ravens line. Betting odds. Fucking hell. Fine, I'll turn off my goddamn ad blocker. Jesus Christ. Let me read the fucking thing now. I already did, fucker. All right. So I'm getting bitchy. Chiefs -3. Yeah, I'm taking the Ravens all day long -3. Over under 46. I'm taking the over on that one for sure. Money line Ravens +125. Count me in. All right, guys, that's it for tonight. Thank you very much. We will talk to you again, or this morning, I'm sorry. We'll talk to you again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Mizzle T. Shizzle, becoming a member for 17 months, says, have a good day. Let your pride flag fly. 383 Novocaine with $5. Says, Aaron dancing around in his living room with a VR headset and his boxers. Lord help us. SP won't allow it, guys. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.